zu einem neuen Stream vom guten Internet. Heute wollen wir weiter mit foolishmortals weitermachen. Wir haben ja am Samstag angefangen und haben ein bisschen früh aufgehört, weil ich war arbeitstechnisch ein bisschen kaputt und dadurch nicht wirklich, man sagen, geistig anwesend weiterzuspielen. Das merken. Das Spiel im Allgemeinen, wir spielen 30er Jahre und wir sollen in Louisiana einen verborgenen Schatz finden. Bellamors Schatz sollen wir finden. Es ist mit Geister, ein bisschen Rätsel, Point-and-Click, sozusagen Adventure, erkunden, reden. Es ist nicht so, kann man sagen, zynisch, humorvoll, so mobiler Humor. Ist auf jeden Fall sehr unterhaltsam. Macht auf jeden Fall die 2 Stunden, die wir gespielt haben am Samstag, auf jeden Fall Spaß gemacht und Lust auf mehr. Und jetzt wollen wir weitermachen. Automatische hier laden. Und es gibt noch eine kleine Zusammenfassung, was wir erlebt haben, bevor ich gespeichert habe. Und beziehungsweise nachdem ich gespeichert habe, was vorher passiert ist. Nachdem Murphy McKinnon von einer Geisterbraut vom Balkon des Bellamore Manor gestoßen wurde, ist er nun überzeugt, dass der verlorene Schatz des Bellamore Manor tatsächlich existiert. Da jedoch nur die Geister des Bellamore Manor wissen, wo sich der Schatz befindet, ist Murphy überzeugt, dass er ihn nur finden kann, indem er die Geister des Hauses herbeiruft und sie fragt. Um diesen Verschwörungsarbeit zu wirken, muss Murphy alle 7 Zutaten aus dem Manuskript finden, das ihm gegeben wurde, sehen, das Gris legen und dann zur Spirit Queen zurückkehren. Ja, wir müssen die, vielleicht noch was aus, die 7 Sachen finden. Sargnägel, Kreide, schwarze Federn, Schießpulver, Silbermünze, Rum, Knochenfragmente. Nicht alles müssen
It
wir
was a
finden.
manuscript that looked
Warte, lieber Knochen.
Nope.
Okay. Versuch was wert. Und wir haben 3 Orte, die wir jetzt noch besuchen können. Die 4 Orte haben wir mal gesucht, besucht und mit jedem gequatscht. Wir sind hier. Hier sind wir rausgeflogen. Von der Geisterbraut sind wir von hier rausgeflogen und im Wasser gelandet. Das war ein Abflug. Ich dachte schon, wir sterben. Aber wir fangen von oben nach unten. Wächst das Mehl. Wir können uns anschauen, Sachen. Hier können wir zurückkehren bei dem Pfeil. Und schauen, was wir alles finden können.
Cluck, 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 cluck.
Psst.
I tried to persuade the chicken to come outside, but clearly I was out of cluck.
Fisch.
That didn't work. That wasn't going to work.
Ja, was wert. Schere, Magnet, Münzen. Vielleicht brauche ich was.
The wood was old and rotting. It wasn't going to be of any use. And who knew what critters might have made their homes inside the pile?
Schauen.
Despite its obvious age, the water wheel was still turning. I couldn't get near it, and that was probably a good thing if I didn't want to get dragged under by the current.
Ja, so ein Wasserrad dreht sich immer weiter. Dreht sich immer. Egal, ob die funktioniert oder nicht. Ja, mal schauen.
That didn't work.
Das kann man nicht
The twine.
schneiden. Das kann
I
man nicht.
didn't. Vandalizing the chicken coop wasn't quite my style.
Ja, aber es würde funktionieren. Und mit Doppelklick kann man alles schnell laufen. Ist das Mehl? Rein.
The inside of the lumber mill smelled like sawdust and grease. Judging from the overgrown weeds, it clearly hadn't been used in a long time, and yet the lights remained on.
Vielleicht durch die.
I picked up the auger from the tool shelf. I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Sagen, vielleicht,
I looked over the machine, but I couldn't find a way to turn it on, if it even still worked.
vielleicht geht es schlicht wegen der Wassermühle.
If I touched the grease with my bare hands, I'd be spending hours trying to wash it off.
Machen wir das hier.
Nope.
Noch was wird.
That didn't. That didn't work.
Nein, nein, Telegramm.
I needed to think of something else.
Okay. Schauen wir uns weiter an.
I didn't want to touch it. I hadn't seen something with that many scary-looking teeth since Old Lady Malloy's German Shepherd got loose on my 10th birthday.
Like ein Feigling. So.
The hatches were locked. From their shape, I deduced they were for storing lumber, and I wasn't in need of any 2x4s.
Wow. Ein bisschen.
The saw blades were rusted, dull, and would surely have precipitated the need for a tetanus shot.
Eins. Warte mal.
I didn't.
Wieso nicht? Gehen wir nach oben. Schauen wir uns an, was wir da haben.
I tried the door, but it was locked. That didn't work. That wasn't going.
Wir brauchen Schlüssel dafür. Okay. Ich brauche irgendwas, was fett von hier zu halten.
The beam looked to be driven by the water wheel outside. From the multitude of wires fanning out from the top, it was presumably hooked up to a generator.
Aber mehr gibt's hier nicht. Das Fett, Balken, Sägewerk, Säge. Komme ich nicht rein. Säge. Mit der wenn wir auf den Steuerrad klicken, kann man sehen, was man alles abklicken kann. Hammer. Oh, da oben nicht. Die Schalter.
The electrical safety of the panel looked questionable. I wasn't going to touch it.
Touchy.
I couldn't. That didn't.
Nein, keine Angst, Hase. Was soll schon passieren? Wächst das Müll. Immer Wasser. Wobei es eine Festung. Ein Fort. Und dann
A
kommen wir
plaque
nach
read, Fort de l'Humour. No public access. For further information, please contact the lighthouse keeper.
Jetzt,
Here, kitty. Psst, 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 psst. It was no use. That cat was clearly more entranced by shiny things than the stranger outside the gate. The fish had been dead for years, was primarily comprised of stuffing, and smelled faintly of formaldehyde. The cat wasn't going to be interested in it in the slightest.
Weil glänzend.
With the newly polished brooch gleaming, I angled it towards the lantern, catching the light and reflecting a red beam on the wall.
Tschüss, Aus.
I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder. I couldn't do that. It was a small mound of gun. It was a fragment of bone. It was a bottle filled with rum. At the center of the manuscript was an empty circle.
Na, was hier?
I jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open. If pirates and the colonial powers of Western Europe weren't able to get into the fort uninvited, I wasn't about to either.
Muss alles zum Leuchtturm werden. Da geht's hoch.
The coat of arms depicted 4 lions surrounding a central flower, topped by a medieval tower.
Ich muss zum Leuchtturm werden. Hammer, Hammer, Hammer.
There wasn't anything to do with the lantern.
Okay.
The lighthouse light was off.
Aber wie soll ich zum Leuchtturm werden, wenn ich nicht reinkomme? Lol. Die Kirsch. Friedhof. Oh. Erstmal der Friedhof. Ach, jetzt komm ich. Manchmal ist komplett irgendwie aus.
I didn't need to warm my hands on the stove. It was already a humid night, and the fire was more useful at keeping bugs away from the shack than keeping anyone toasty.
Oh, fuck. Weiß aber.
The tin was full of nothing but holes.
Den Sarg.
The coffin lid had been nailed down securely. I wasn't going to be able to open it.
Oh.
I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for. I scanned the
Okay, jetzt das Gleiche. Gesagt das Gleiche.
Hello?
Yeah! God darn it! Don't sneak up on people like that! You frighten the dying daylights out of me.
He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. Sorry, you seem a little jumpy.
I thought you were that pesky little girl again.
A little girl? That doesn't seem like a reason to be scared.
She's a terror! One of these days she's gonna give me a heart attack. Last week, she showed up with a doctor's note she'd forged, saying a man I'd buried that day was just a very deep sleeper. 7 hours I was out here digging him back up, at my age.
And was he sleeping?
Dead as a dodo. Just like that little girl will be if I get my hands on her.
Das Mädchen ist
Who are
geil.
you anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I've just arrived on the island.
Well, welcome, Mr. Murphy. I'm Edgar Kettle. Gravedigger, undertaker, coffin maker, and anything else that needs doing to keep this cemetery running.
Ja, das Mädchen ist wirklich geil. Die hat solche. Stellt sich vor, will die Universum beherrschen, hat schon geile Ideen. Ein bisschen krank, aber geil.
I'm looking for the treasure of Belmore Manor.
Oh, a treasure hunter. Well, let me tell you something, young man. Don't even think about digging up my graveyard. There's no treasure buried here, and I'm already busy enough filling in the holes that are supposed to be here.
Wieso?
Do you know anything about the disappearance at Belmore Manor?
I think it's important to let the dead rest in peace.
But what if they're not in peace?
Well, you got me there. Listen, I think there's more to that story than meets the eye. You know the 3 brothers went missing, right? Well, if you ask me, I think Abigail Belmore was behind it. She was engaged to a sailor, but nobody like her would go for a commoner.
She might have loved him.
She could have loved somebody with a big bank account, too. I think she must have been using him, pretending to love him so he'd do her dirty work for her, bumping off her brothers. Then afterwards, she drops him and goes to marry the officer of the company. Fiendish.
Do you have any proof?
Yeah, just a feeling, that's all. But when you work with cadavers, you kinda get a sixth sense about things.
Ja, manchmal ist ein Gefühl doch richtig. Ist man auch auf der richtigen Spur, wenn ein Gefühl folgt, wenn man dem Gefühl folgt.
What do you think was behind the disappearance?
Well, The sailor must have found out he was being manipulated, right? Done something to get his revenge.
What do you think he did?
Nobody knows. He could have been
Wow.
working his way through those bodies like a madman. All we know is that everyone in that house disappeared. Tell you the truth, I'm quite relieved they did.
Why's that?
Because if they hadn't disappeared, it would have been this old fool who had to bury him. Saved me a lot of work.
Ja. Stimmt. Ja, viele Leute auf dem Ball. Boah, war schon einige Leute zum Beerdigen.
Did you make this coffin?
I sure did. But this is no more than a pauper's coffin by anyone's standards. The finest the parish pension can buy. Lock them in lumber, leave them to slumber, that's what I say. This'll end up 5 feet under by the end of the night.
I thought it was supposed to be 6 feet.
You're not the one doing the digging. 5 feet means I get a tea break.
Ja, am Ende ist doch eh scheißegal, wie der Sarg aussieht. Oder wie teuer der ist. Es sieht eh keiner. Wo ist er unter der Erde? Also ist eh scheißegal.
Have you got any spare coffin nails?
No, I don't have any to spare. I've got a backlog of bodies begging for burial. But does the parish increase my funding? Nope. The roof's leaking, my table's broken. I've used floorboards to build some of the coffins. Take my advice. Don't go into this line of work. Undertaking is a dying business.
Na, ich glaube, Antiker wird immer sein. So ein Bestatter.
Do you
That's
think
okay.
I could fit inside the coffin?
Probably not. The gentleman inside might make it a bit of a squeeze.
You mean there's a dead guy inside there?
There better be. I can't afford to be burying empty coffins.
Ja, Mary Wisp.
Was the little girl named Mallory Wisp by any chance?
That's her. The peril in a pinafore. She got the whole town thinking I was burying people prematurely. I walked past the school the other day, and they'd made up a jump rope chant about me.
Wie ging er?
Oh, what was the chant the school children made up about you?
Edgar, Edgar, crazy feller, just be careful, he don't get you. How many bodies did he strive to bury while they're still alive?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I wasn't looking for audience participation.
Sorry, I got carried away. Just like you with the burying.
Geil.
Have you ever accidentally buried someone who was still alive?
Has someone been making accusations again?
No,
Fine.
just making conversation.
Well, not that I know of. When you think about it, how would I know?
Shouts for help, desperate shaking of the coffin.
Look, I haven't sealed anyone up who was chatting with me, let's put it that way. I usually check for signs of life, but everyone takes shortcuts sometimes, don't they? I deserve some rest in peace, too.
Klopf, klopf.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hopefully not the guy in the coffin.
Not funny.
Knock, knock.
I best be running along.
Don't drop dead. I don't want anything else on my to-do list.
The tin was full of nothing but holes.
Oh. Hammer. Fisch.
I tried to move the coffin, but the table was being held up sturdily.
Okay. Klappt auch alles. Oh, da geht's weiter.
I scanned the headstones for anything.
Interessantes.
I scanned the head. I scanned the head.
Nichts Neues.
I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was searching for. I scanned the headstones for anything of note, but didn't know what I was.
Huh.
I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good.
Okay, da ist nix. Lauf, lauf, Murphy.
A mischievous idea began to form in my mind. Hey, I think the guy inside here might still be alive.
And why would you think something like that?
The coffin was just shaking around. Maybe you should open it up.
Well, I didn't see it move.
The gravedigger had me in a conundrum. I could hardly start shaking it right in front of his eyes.
And unless the body inside starts jiggling around, I'm not opening up that coffin.
Nope.
Ah, ist doch. Ein bisschen
I
probieren.
tied the twine to the uneven table and took up a hiding spot behind a nearby wall. It was time to wake the dead. Hello? Hello? Why is it so dark in here?
Huh? Who's that?
Ah, das war noch besser als.
I'm stuck! Help! Help!
Mallory, if that's you again.
Get me out of this thing!
Oh no, not again.
Was not again?
Mister, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I was told... Mister? Oh, God darn it! Next time I see that girl, I'm gonna have a peewee-sized coffin all ready for her. A few hours locked in one of those should adjust her sense of humor.
Ah, der Arme. So, jetzt können wir die Nägel nehmen.
I picked up the handful of discarded coffin nails from the tin.
Das heißt, wir haben die Nägel. Sargnägel, Schießpulver, Knochen, könnte man sagen.
Searching the dead man's body was not something I wanted to do.
Wieso nicht? Was soll schon passieren?
That wasn't going to work. What do you think of this magazine?
Oh, haunted houses, is it? I heard about a family that couldn't afford to pay their exorcist.
What happened?
The house had to be repossessed.
Kann man ihm
I didn't think he'd be...
Suche.
What do you think of this?
Grüß.
That looks like something I buried with one of last week's bodies. Of course, that one had a small ceramic chipmunk inside it. Never did get an explanation for that.
Ah, der. Totenkopf. Weiter. Ah, da. Rüber rausgehen können. Ah. Hätte, Fahrtkette. Na, geh raus.
Hurry up with the barrels, Morris. We gotta get these unloaded before anyone sees us.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Musket? I don't think we should be using a church as our hiding place.
You're not being paid to think, Morris. You carry those barrels in here and let me worry about the theological implications. This place has been abandoned for decades. There's nobody around.
Nobody living, maybe. What if there's ghosts, boss?
Darn it, Morris. If brains was dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. Now get unloading. And keep an eye out for anyone snooping around.
What if someone catches us?
If anyone asks, we're the new clergy. We tell them these barrels are full of communion wine.
I thought we was rum runners, not wine runners, boss.
Communion rum, then.
Ah, gotcha.
Remember, St. Juniper's Church is a place to get closer to God. And if anyone questions our alibi, We make sure that happens.
The pair of rum runners looked like the human personifications of the dish and the spoon from Hey Diddle Diddle, the gangly spoon bossing around the rotund dish as it carried barrels effortlessly from the jalopy and into the church. As it turned out, nursery rhyme characters become a lot more intimidating once they have revolvers. The church had a good view of the fort from this part of the island.
What?
I could see the shadows of the rum runners moving around inside the church, but I didn't want to get too close in case they saw me too.
Wieso? Also zu machen?
Wandering happily into the hideout of a pair of mobsters wasn't going to be a smart move. I needed to... That wasn't going to...
Achso, warte mal.
I didn't need to do any mechanical work on the jalopy.
Ah, schade. Dachte,
The barrels were far too heavy for me to lift, though that gorilla of a rum runner had been picking them up like they were cotton balls. The jalopy door was locked. How ironic that the rum runners would take care not to be the target of criminality.
und, nein?
The jalopy door...
Hupe. No. Nicht.
I needed to think of something. I couldn't see any way to open the crypt door. Not a doorknob, not a keyhole. Whoever sealed this up intended to seal it up for good.
Dann suchen wir
I
mal
scanned...
weiter.
Now that I'd looked upon the lifeless face of Comptroller Grimes, it didn't feel appropriate to give his coffin a wiggle.
Ah, das stimmt, Grimes. Der sollte uns ja mit uns treffen, aber es ist
Hello,
ja,
Edgar.
Yeah,
ist ja verstorben. Weißt du?
Do you know there were a couple of gentlemen up by the church?
rum runners they are. Dealing with them's not in my job description. As long as they don't mix up the stiffs I'm burying with the stiff drinks they're smuggling, I'm keeping my nose out. Curiosity killed the cat, you know, and I really miss Mittens.
Ja,
Who is it
ich
you're
hab-
burying?
This is Theodore Grimes. He was the...
Comptroller for Juniper Parish?
That's right. You knew him?
We were supposed to have a meeting. Clearly he's going to miss it.
Sure is. Now he's the late Comptroller Grimes.
I best be running along.
Goodbye.
Ja. Den?
The stove was already...
Gestellt. So.
The barrels were far... An old jalopy was parked up outside the church, its flatbed filled with barrels.
Mal schauen. Kann ich irgendwas nehmen hier? Ansonsten. Huppi, huppi. Kann ich dir was abgeben? Kann ich nicht. Da man die ganze Zeit mitnehmen tragen muss.
You've returned. Have you found all the ingredients and placed them in the green green?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. I'm going...
Und in den, stimmt, Grigri.
I placed the gunpowder into the gree-gree.
Ja,
I placed the coffin nails in the gree-gree. I placed the jawbone into the gree-gree.
okay. Also Federn, Rom, Silbermünze, Kreide. Ah. Ja, 14. Queen. Hammer, 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 Hammer. Nächstes Milde. Warte mal.
The blast of air may have dislodged some feathers, but there was no chance of them flying out the small opening. I needed to lure the chicken out. The chicken coop was already crooked enough, and
Nee, das ist halt nur.
I didn't. Nope.
Es wird irgendwas hier drin.
I needed to think of something.
Muss irgendwas rein.
I didn't. That wasn't going to work. Nope. Nope. That didn't. That.
Versuch was halt. Ah, de la mort.
The plaque read, Fort de l'Humour. No public access. For further info.
Ja. Der Ding ist nicht da.
I didn't want to make a.
Hm.
The gate was too well set into the thick.
Wow, fuck. Hm. Muss ich dann Wege nochmal machen? Das. Okay. Hier wollte ich nicht hin, ich wollte jetzt mal. Und.
I peered into the tide pools, but all I could see was pebbles, sand, and seaweed. I needed to.
So, ich da irgendwas machen
That wasn't
kann.
going to work. If I wanted to fill the bottle, it was best to do it with the tide, lest my fingers get nipped by some unseen lurking crab. That wasn't going to work. I didn't need to cut that. Nope. That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going.
Ready. Ready. Oh. Wollte eigentlich schon. Andere Seite, egal.
I decided to leave Ned to it. To make use of that, I needed something to weigh. It was a mechanical scale used for weighing fish.
Seht ihr?
I hung the fish on the scales.
You caught a pincosa. They're the most delicious fish around here, especially grilled. But you'll never beat Squib's record.
Squib?
Jebediah Squibb, the Cajun catcher he calls himself. Last week at the dead of the docks, Squibb caught the heaviest pincosa on record. Got his photograph on the front page of the newspaper and everything. Now how am I gonna rest while he brags and boasts about it every single night?
With its innards made of cotton and material scraps, the fish's weight was distinctly unimpressive.
Warte mal.
With the ripped seam as an opening, I placed the horseshoe inside the taxidermy fish. Now it was heavy.
Aha, funktioniert. Jetzt nochmal.
Mac, does that say what I think it does? You been holding back on me. That breaks Scribb's record.
McAllen,
Oh. Mit zum Geier.
how does it feel to have decimated the town record in your first few hours on the island?
How did you hear about this so fast?
It's my job to know about things fast. Now, I'm asking the questions here. Where'd you get the fish, McAllen?
Well, it was a mighty battle on the southern coast. Its fins strong as a motor, its mouth as fierce as a tiger's. I paused dramatically to allow my fishing prowess to wash over them.
What rod did you use?
Wooden one?
I mean, what make?
You know, I didn't use a rod.
You caught the fish without a rod?
It was more one-on-one. Mono, fisho.
You wrestled a fish?
And I won.
Well, as much as it pains me to say it, you're the cover story in the next edition of the Juniper Parish Gazette. And this is why I'm not getting a Pulitzer.
Ja, wenn du hier auf der kleinen Insel lebst, mit Fisch,
I've got to hand it to you, Mac. That fish is a whopper. I don't know how you got it, but as long as it keeps Squid quiet at the porch party tomorrow, I ain't complaining.
Ja. So kann man.
I decided to leave. I had more important things. I'd had enough of carrying these suspiciously heavy fish around. I decided to leave it there.
Okay, das heißt, hier haben wir auch fertig.
Murphy, have you seen the cover of the evening edition? I think we caught your personality perfectly in that photograph. Naive, simple, unsophisticated. Makes it all the more surprising that you actually accomplished something.
I wonder if I should have it framed.
That'll cost you.
Zeitung.
Hey, those cost money, you know.
But it has my photograph on it.
The Do Not Serve board down at Spinelli's bar has my photograph on it. But that doesn't mean I can just pick it up and walk out with it, does it?
Money?
I'd like to buy a newspaper.
Finally, I get something out of you loitering in here. That'll be 1 cent, please.
I picked up the newspaper. The fewer people that saw it, the better.
Inselneuling, Lichtangelrekord. In vergangener Woche von einem lokalen Fischer über das der Rekordangles den Kosa-Fisches wurde rasch von einem Neuling auf der Insel übertroffen. Staatlichen Wirtschaftsprüfer nach McAllen. Typ hat den schwersten Kosa-Fisch seit Beginn der Aufzeichnung von fast 8 Jahrzehnten gefangen. Aber er war den modernen Neuling nicht gewachsen. Sein Gesicht, das von Naivität, Einfältigkeit und Verwirrung so zückte, Murphy McLean, um Ort und seine unwahrscheinliche Leistung zu beschreiben. Was Anfängerglück, das Spiel, noch immer es war. Wir können sicher sein, dass es nicht seine Angelküste waren. Denn Murphy McLean sieht eher wie jemand aus, der am Ende einer Angelrute hängt, als wie jemand, der in der Hand hält. Murphy McLean auch Abendland auf der Insel wird für uns sicherlich viele Vergnügen bereiten. Ich wünsche viel Erfolg in den Ermittlungen, aber lange wird es Erfolg halten.
The headline read, Island Newcomer Breaks Fishing Record, with my photograph printed in black and white.
Wie hat er das alles denn? Keine Frage stellen.
What do you think of this magazine?
Interesting. Interesting. This is the type of lowest common denominator dross I should be putting out. Who needs fact-checking when you can blame things on the boogeyman?
Ja, das stimmt.
There was no way I was going to get past the newspaper editor to get it. Besides, I didn't know how to operate it. I needed to think of something else.
Hab ich es?
I didn't want to get ink all over me trying to carry the canister around. That didn't work.
Ta-da.
Trying to fill the bottle with ink would have made too much of a mess. If I needed some ink, I could always come back to the news.
Oh. Good.
What do you think of this magazine?
Is this what got you interested in the Belmo treasure?
That's right. This is all I could find about it.
Just remember, don't believe everything you read.
Mhm. Ah. Yeah. Rätsel.
What do you think of this magazine?
What's stimulating reading? We have some magazines just like that inside the club.
Do the captains enjoy them?
Indeed, sir. They're very useful when the lavatory paper runs out.
I didn't think the maitre d' would be terribly impressed by my appearance in the newspaper.
So, nee, aber
I had nothing.
nichts Neues. Da geht's dann da raus. Juwelier.
Welcome back.
Look! I broke the island's fishing record.
Well done, my boy. Was there any prize money?
No, I just had my photograph taken.
What a shame. You might have been able to buy something if there had been.
Ja, noch zeigen?
What do you think of this magazine?
I'm sure it's very good, but that writing is much too small for this old codger to read.
Mhm. Hammer. Das ist die Sache. Wo können wir noch hingehen? Spiele quälen.
I jiggled the handle. I couldn't. I need.
Hm. Ah,
You've returned. Have you found
Not yet. I'm going to go.
Rebecca?
ich wollte ihm noch weiter zeigen. Was ist los? Bitte, mach nicht so bitte. Auf. Jetzt bin ich befragt.
That wasn't going. Nope. I needed to think of. That didn't work. That wasn't going. I didn't want to damage it.
So, Feuer. Ja, was habe ich? Karte ist da. Alles. Wenn man da ist, macht immer noch das.
The church door was That did.
So ein Scheiß. So ein Scheiß. Wieder langsam. Habe ich. Viele. Habe ich. Schwarze Federn. Aber hier sind keine Enten. Ah, ich auch so Enten am Arsch. Keine Krähen oder irgendwas anderes. Weißbrot. Einen wunderschönen Abend. Möbel.
That wasn't going to work. I needed to think of.
Lusch.
That wasn't going. I didn't need. The doors were firmly locked from the inside.
Dann gehe ich hier noch auf.
That didn't. There was nothing.
Wir haben schon 3 Sachen gefunden. Knochenfragment, Sargnägel und Schießpulver. Das haben wir schon gefunden. Aber schwarze Federn, Kreide, Brom, Silbermünze. Das ist mir momentan zu hoch.
I wasn't going to touch the molasses with the item.
Na? Raus.
The wheel was too heavy to move.
Ja, aber
Nope. The wheel was too. That wasn't going.
das
I need.
braucht einen Arsch.
I needed. The stark trunk of the tree didn't offer any possibility of climbing it.
Okay.
I didn't want to make a hole in that.
Wieso? Ist doch eh scheißegal. Ist eh.
I couldn't do that. I didn't. I. From the outside, I couldn't spot any clues to the location of the Belmore treasure. From the outside,
Aber jetzt bin ich überfragt. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wo ich hingehen soll.
I went to open the door into Belmore Manor. I was sure.
Bischof.
That didn't work. The blaster. I needed to learn. That wasn't going to work.
Ah. Jetzt bin ich überfragt. Jetzt bin ich einfach überfragt.
I didn't. I.
Ihr wisst, hier beim Fort komme ich nicht rein, weil ich... Naja, nicht rausgehen. Weil die Tür versperrt
I
ist.
jiggled the gate, but it wasn't going to open.
Ich habe kein Feuerzeug, um es anzumachen.
I took a handful of the spilled gunpowder.
Ah, kann man mehr davon mitnehmen.
I already had some gunpowder in the gree-gree.
Okay.
I needed to... Nope.
Das heißt,
I already had some gunpowder.
irgendwo muss man... Schießpulver benutzen, aber wo?
Cluck, cluck.
Ja.
I tried to Nope.
Shitty.
That wasn't going to work. That wasn't... Nope. That didn't...
Oh. Jetzt bin ich überfragt. Jetzt bin ich einfach überfragt.
I couldn't break my way through... The electric... No.
Hm. Ah, nicht rausgehen. Nicht rausgehen. Lösen auf einfach. Ja, ja. Ja, das ist halt Kompetenzlizenz. Hier komme ich Kompetenzlizenz. Ups, so schnell. Ja. Ah, warte mal. Okay, das ja, ich habe doch das benutzt, aber es ging doch nicht. Okay, manchmal.
I placed the dime into the gree-gree. That would work as the silver coin.
Ah, ich hab's mit, weil da war noch ein Centstück gewesen. Das hat gezählt als Silbermünze. Oh, was ein Scheiß. Was für ein Scheiß. So. Aber ich habe das gemacht mit den Bohren hier hin, aber er hat gesagt, nee, das macht er nicht. Will ich verarschen, das Spiel? Also auf einmal geht es. Jo, sicher.
Using the auger, I drilled a small hole in the barrel, and out poured rum. I filled the bottle with rum pouring from the barrel. Relief washed over me at the realization that I'd done it without getting caught by the two rum runners.
Hey, Musket! There's someone out here!
Or so I thought.
Hey, fella, what do you think you're doing snooping around here? This is our church, you know, and it's closed.
Hi, Sapsi. Und vielen Dank für deine 35er Stream-Serie. 35 Mal. Wupp, wupp. Bin ich hier, um zu beten?
I'm just here to do some praying. Mainly praying that I get out of this situation without a puncture wound.
He's being a wise guy, Musket.
Time to fill him full of lead.
But boss, it's bad luck to bump someone off in a churchyard.
Now, where'd you hear a nonsensical thing like that?
I thought churches was hallowed ground, where sin and immorality would face supernatural punishment in this world or the next.
Where do you get this stuff from? I told you, I do the thinking in this partnership.
Aber das Spiel ist wirklich, wirklich geil. Die Sprüche, sozusagen, aber ein bisschen zynisch, ist schon,
I poured the rum into the gree-gree.
jetzt schwarze Federn und Kreide, so. So, wie kriege ich den Scheißkreide? Ja. Aha. Okay, dann habe ich gar nicht gedacht. Ich habe gar nicht dran gedacht, dass hier ein Mais drin ist. So.
I cut into the sack with the knife, revealing it to be full of corn.
Ja, du musst gefühlt
I
alles
took
hier
the
machen.
corn from the sack.
Du musst gefühlt alles machen.
I scattered the corn on the path. Mere seconds later, it attracted the attention of the curious chicken.
Und jetzt mit dem Messer zustechen. Haben wir beides. Federn und Anbissen.
I may have needed feathers, but I didn't want to hurt the chicken to get them. Now that the chicken was enjoying the fresh air, there was nothing of interest in the chicken coop.
Willst mich verarschen?
Vandalizing the chicken coop. I was glad nobody had seen that. I may have known how to handle a chicken drumstick, but wrestling the living version was altogether different.
Raus was. Das hier?
If the chicken didn't want me to touch it, perhaps a blast of air could do the trick.
So, wieder für mich. Die Demo von Ronin war schon sehr geil gewesen. Mir hat sehr Spaß gemacht.
The manuscript required black feathers, not white.
Ah, warte mal.
I couldn't do that.
Hm. Ah, warte mal. Gehen wir da? Ist auf jeden Fall sehr unterhaltsam. Die Kämpfe sind schon...
Nope. Grease-soaked feathers wouldn't have been of any use to me.
Nein. Die Kämpfe sind ein bisschen knackig, aber so die Welt erkunden, was du sammeln kannst bei Ronin, ist schon cool. Kann man einiges umschauen und Zeit verlieren in dem Game. So kann man...
I I didn't need to cut that.
Falsche Seite. Oh. Nein. Wer ist das müde Ding? Wird auf jeden Fall irgendwann
Wasn't
mal.
going to work.
Auf jeden Fall irgendwann mal gespielt. Nein. Ah. Ah, warte mal.
That didn't work.
Nein.
That wasn't going to work.
Aber die Szene hier, die ist geil. Musst du dir mal anschauen, vielleicht später oder so. Das war ganz am Anfang vom Game. Das ist auch eine coole Szene gewesen mit dem alten Edgar.
I thought I'd leave.
Das war auch cool gewesen. So. Wo kann ich die Federn hin tun? Oh. Ah, warte mal. Bellamor.
Nope.
Ah, fuck.
That didn't work. Nope.
Ah, ich habe mich schon gefreut. So. Ah.
Anything to
Ah.
report?
I'm keeping my eyes open. Delicately, I dipped the feathers into the canister of ink. When they emerged, they were dyed jet black.
Ah, habe ich.
I placed the feathers into the gree-gree.
Ja, die Telltale Batman-Spiele sind geil. Ist leider halt. Okay, ich will mich spoilern die Enden von den Games. Aber ist auf jeden Fall sehr unterhaltsam. Wenn du dir das Spiel holen solltest irgendwann, nimm auch die schwarze rote Version. Es gibt so eine, ich glaube Deluxe Edition irgendwas. Du kannst das Spiel in sozusagen nur schwarz und rote Farben hat. Das sieht geil aus. Das habe ich auf das gestreamt, das Schwarz-Rot. Sieht schon wirklich cool aus. Oh, nein. Das hier. Die Kreide. Das war cool gewesen. War sehr unterhaltsam. Nur schade, die hatten viel mehr vorgehabt mit den Spielen. Ich glaube, die hatten. Ah, genau, Noir-Style. Genau, Noir-Style. Das war schon sehr cool gewesen. Kannst auch ganz normal spielen, aber Noir hat auch seinen. Ey, ist da oben? Ich will mich verarschen. Seinen eigenen Flair, würde ich sagen.
I had nothing else to say to fear.
Members,
Wie welchen Kapitän? Ah, ich muss was schauen. Fuck. Ah, ich muss wirklich bei jedem Fenster oder irgendwas mit jedem Ding ausprobieren. Ah, was ein Scheiß. Hm. Ja, stimmt. Ich glaube, damals, wo ich das gestreamt habe, hast du bei mir noch nicht zugeschaut. Weil ich habe, glaube ich, die Batman Telltale-Spiele gemacht. Ich habe das Borderlands Telltale, das war auch lustig gewesen. Und noch, glaube ein anderes Telltale-Spiel, aber ich weiß nicht mehr welches war. Schauen wir ganz kurz. Twitchy. Info. Kanal. Info. Meine ganzen Spiele. Ja, Star Trek war gewesen. Die Expanse. Die ganzen Batman. Ne, es war noch vor deiner Zeit. Ne, es war Star Trek Resurgence, oder wie es heißt. Die Expanse, Telltale-Spiel war gewesen. Teils von Borderlands und die Batman-Reihe. Ich will mal gucken, ob ich die Game of Thrones auf Deutsch bekomme. Weil es soll eine Mod geben, die ich runterladen kann, dass das funktioniert. Weil dann werde ich das auch mal spielen. Ja, das werde ich dann auch mal holen. So, jetzt auf einmal. Jetzt auf einmal geht's.
With a bit of elbow grease, I levered up the window frame. Pressed against the inside wall was a dusty desk covered in spiderwebs, and to top it, one thing lay undisturbed, a small folded document which I picked up, along with an inadvertent eight-legged companion. Ugh. Ghost stories and haunted treasures I could handle, but spiders gave me the creeps.
Lizenz ausgestellt von Handels- und Arbeitsmittel 1910. Cornelius Knopf. Ja. Aha. Share it.
Carefully, I cut my photograph out of the newspaper. It was the photograph of myself I'd cut out of the newspaper. I wish I'd posed better. It was the photograph.
Ja, sieht ein bisschen.
I was going to need something adhesive to stick it in with.
Wollen wir Klebstoff? Was ist Magnet? Das ist. Warte mal. Es gibt noch ein anderes Telltale Borderlands Spiel auf Steam, aber das sind die Bewertungen so scheiße, dass ich mich nicht dran. Wobei, ich habe das Spiel auf Steam sogar gekauft. Aber ich traue mir nicht, das Spiel zu spielen, weil wenn die Bewertungen so beschissen sind. Ich will es nicht spielen.
That didn't work.
Okay. Machen wir es. Da, 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 da. Geht es? Ja.
I touched the back of the photograph to the molasses.
Es und
Thanks to the
es.
stickiness of the molasses, the photograph adhered nicely to the captain's license.
Cornelius Knott. Vom 10. Juni aufgelegt. 3. März 23. So, jetzt können wir zu dem gehen und die Kreide holen. Aber das mit dem Rum, ich habe das mit dem Ding gemacht, aber wieso geht's nicht? So ging's nicht. Warum? Hier. So komme ich hier raus. Das ist komisch.
My credentials.
You're telling me you are a captain?
I trust it's all in order?
I thought you said your name was Murphy McCallan.
That's right.
Then why does this say Captain Nutt?
It's a pseudonym for marketing purposes. You've got to stand out nowadays. A cool name's a good way to do that. You didn't think Captain Hook was called Hook before the hand incident, did you? What would the odds of that have been?
Look, Sonny, the bylaws of this club only allow the club manager to verify a captain's license. And Mr. Perkins is enjoying his backgammon soiree with Mrs. Perkins and the ladies this evening, with strict instructions not to be disturbed. So I'll accept this for tonight, but try this again tomorrow night and it'll be another story. Now, with that said, a warm and hearty welcome to the Captain's Club. We sincerely hope you make use of and enjoy our facilities, and do please let me know if I can be of any assistance at all. We don't open for another hour, but if you'd like, you can head up now to acquaint yourself.
Boah, schon 2 Jahre her, dass ich das gespielt habe. Die Zeit vergeht. 2 Jahre schon her.
I picked up the cube of billiard chalk from the edge of the table. I placed the chalk into the gree-gree. I'd done it. All 7 ingredients for the summoning spell. Now I needed to head back to the Spirit Queen.
2 Jahre schon her, dass ich das Spiel gespielt habe.
While I was trapped on Devil's Rock, a map of the world wasn't going to be much use to me.
Ein Schrank.
The cabinet was locked.
Kann ich das aufmachen?
I could... That wasn't going...
Versuch ist das.
That wasn't going to work. No.
Hey, es geht schon.
The door was locked. The switch seemed to control the ceiling fans.
Moment.
The ceiling fans were off.
Hammer, Hammer, Hammer. Oh, fertig.
I considered playing a game, but the lack of balls and cues was going to be a roadblock.
Ja, damals hast du nicht so reingeschaut.
I waited for the doors of the elevator to open, but nothing happened.
If you wish to use the elevator, I'm afraid to tell you it's broken. You'll have to endure the stairs.
Fair enough.
Wasser haben wir. Okay. Dann aufzugehen. Mehr haben wir nicht zu machen. Taste, ja, aber aufzugehen. So. Aber wobei, geht auch die Weltkarte nehmen können. Geht auch die Weltkarte. Wie zum Geier ist die schon da?
I thought I'd find you out here, McAllen.
Evelyn, lovely to see you out in the bayou again.
This will be the last time, McAllen, I'm not your secretary. I don't know what you're up to out here, but I'll figure it out soon enough. But for now, let's hurry it up. These shoes are alligator skin, and I don't want the local fauna recognizing an old friend. Another telegram came through for you, marked urgent. Kip said you might be out here.
My boss again?
Got it in one.
Und was sagt er wieder?
Callan, report back immediately. Received word Grimes is deceased. Lack of resources has made this a waste of time. And I've cottoned onto your little stunt with the Friday signatures. When you get back here, sorting mail is gonna be the least of your worries. Sid Sinclair Auditing Company.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. On a night when I'd just seen a ghost, this telegram was almost more unbelievable. There was more to the Belmore story than I could have ever imagined. Now I was being pulled away to a job I didn't want to work, and a life I didn't want to live. Maybe it was time to do something a little foolish. Do I still have that prepaid reply?
Sure do. What do you want it to say?
Hi, Quit.
Tell him I quit.
Hey.
I couldn't believe what I'd done. I'd quit my job and opened the first chapter in my own adventure. But without a job, I didn't have a salary. Without a salary, I wouldn't have a place to live. And it suddenly became more important than ever that I find that treasure. For me this time.
Gut geraten. Aber schon vorhersehbar.
Murphy, Have you found all 7 ingredients?
I have.
Wonderful! Now it is time for the final step. Out of the darkness, the sadness, the fear, I command you, my servant, now to appear.
Achso, hier.
I have returned, Master. What is your desire?
The ingredients have been gathered. The final step of the spell is ready. The focus.
The focus of the spell is whatever you are casting it upon. Belmore Manor is where the ghosts reside. An image of Belmore Manor is what you must use to direct the spell.
Murphy, do you have an image of Belmore Manor we can use?
Das hier?
Yes, Murphy, that will work. Place it inside the gree-gree as the final ingredient.
Ja, das funktioniert.
I folded the magazine cover and placed it inside the gree-gree.
The
Lucky me.
spell is ready. Finally, the ghosts will be free again. Open the gree-gree, Murphy, and that will cast the spell.
Aber schon wieder
Some
gut
trepidation,
geworden.
I took the gree-gree from my pocket and with a deep breath, opened it.
Ist schon wieder kalt geworden abends. Das Wetterlicht.
At last, I am free.
Servant, what's happening?
I was never your servant.
I am your master. You shall do my bidding. I command you.
Foolish mortal. You have served your purpose. No longer do I need to manifest as an ephemeral specter. Now my true spirit form is freed.
Loa, do as I say.
You are of no more use to me.
Oh. Lauf?
I wasn't sure what I'd just seen, but the voodoo fire raging all around me was all too real. I needed to get out, and fast. I needed to get out of the river. Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought I could see formless faces gazing back at me. I would have looked pretty cool sitting in a flaming voodoo throne, but now was not the time. Gazing into the spirit, gazing into... I wasn't going to be able to put the flame...
Warte, was haben wir hier?
Bellows were used to stoke fires, not extinguish.
Schießpulver?
Nope.
Hey, den kann man's ja.
I wasn't going to...
Noch irgendwas tun.
I would have looked...
Irgendwas von dem brauche ich.
Nope. That wasn't going to... I couldn't do that. That didn't. Nope. That didn't. I didn't want to make a...
Komm ich da raus? Nein. Wie komme ich hier raus? Ah, zum Glück ist ich auf Zeit. Zeit steht willkommen.
I didn't want to damage it. I need... Nope. I could...
Okay. Hä? So.
That wasn't going to. I need. No. Nope. That wasn't. I need.
Das hilft mir auch nichts.
That wasn't. That wasn't. I wasn't going to be able to put.
Das ist nicht, das ist nicht. Das nicht, das nicht, das nicht. Messer.
I didn't need to cut. That wasn't going to work. I didn't want to In the center of the room was a huge stone pool filled with swirling green water. Gazing into the spirit pool, I thought. In the center of the room was a huge stone. It was a wicker throne, theatrically positioned at the center of the old can-can stage. The riverboat was dotted with lit candles, just the ambience you need in a voodoo den. Glowing green flames filled the riverboat. I needed to get out.
Ja, aber wie?
I needed to...
Ja, ja. Ja. Will ich verarschen?
I filled the bottle with water from the spirit pool.
Ich hab die... Oh. Link? Ja, im Endeffekt ist es logisch, dass eigentlich nur das hier das Feuer löschen kann. Wenn man es so nimmt im Nachhinein. Im Nachhinein ist es logisch. Aber so nimmst ich habe alle möglichen Dinger benutzt, außer die Flasche. Super. Ich habe alle Sachen benutzt. Ah du, was ging mit dir? Teilzeit. Aber was? Benutzt 90% der Sachen, aber als eine Teil, was dir weiterhilft, benutzt man nicht.
As I opened my eyes, I realized I had no idea where I was. Hello? Hello? This wasn't good. I checked my hands and still seemed to be flesh and blood. What's happening? Where am I?
Welcome back to Belmore Manor, Murphy McCallum. We didn't expect to see you again so soon.
What's going on? Am I dead?
Don't be so overdramatic, Murphy. You're still very much alive. But you're the only person in the house that is. I'm afraid your actions have caused a good bit of trouble for us inhabitants of the house.
What's happened?
Let's see if you can figure it out. We're about to play a song, and Murphy McCallan, this one is for you. All right, all you Belmore Manor ghosts and ghouls, let's take it to a place where voodoo rules. Foolish mortal, do you know what you've done? A house of spirits, but we know of one with evil intentions, and now no preventions to harm their evil scheme. You're now implicated in this complicated supernatural dream. You cast the spell, now the deed is done. Evil's free, the plan has just begun. Without your detection, we'll have no protection from the Machiavellian game. You set them loose, so you have to deduce who is ill and who is to blame. And self-detested, we'll ask you questions 3. Draw clues to solve the mystery. The lover, the pawn, the devil of God. Questions surrounded in doubt. The officer, bride, the sailor, or guide, Murphy. Can you figure it out? Can you figure it out? The broken heart stolen by another. Tell us now who is the lover.
I think the sailor was the lover.
Someone in love and their love is true. Is it return? What is there to do? They're caught in the middle of baffling riddles. Is love what can carry them through? Sunset life, no chance for dawn. Tell us now who is the one.
I think the bride was the pawn.
Eller omgekært, det ser man det bare.
And things perverse. She cannot protest, and her mind's not possessed. Or things that only get worse. Wicked spirits in evil rebel. Tell us now who is the devil.
I think the officer was the devil.
Jemand hat meines Offizier irgendwas mit zu tun hat.
A phantom figure who's now in control. Black magic powers got things he stole. But maybe it's setback, but he's gonna get back, and we'll worry that goes now. Let's go. Maybe you listened and now you've done it. You took a gamble and
Hey, ja, richtig. Yes.
Strange things to test it. We asked you questions 3. You drew clues and solved the mystery. The officer, bride, and the sailor all died. Questions surrounded in doubt. The lover, the pawn, the devil are gone. Murphy, you figured it out. And there's too much. The fool is false. Find treasures trapped in hidden vaults. You may think you are done, but it's all just begun. It's time for the ghostly debut. So say trick or treat, 'cause there's a goal to defeat. And Murphy, we hope that you do. Or guess what? You'll have to lie to after that too.
Das ist ja geil gewesen.
I was back in Belmore Manor, and although it was better than being dead, I didn't know what was awaiting me.
Der Song war geil gewesen. Ja, und der Mod. Der Bot ist auch schon da. Was sagen wollte,
Who
der
wonders
Song war
to
geil.
this ghostly trick? The prey that prays it will be quick. Do not blame that final try, for once he's in, he's sure to die.
Another ghost? Oh, this can't be good.
Welcome back to Belmore Manor, Mr. McCallan. My name is Cordelia Lockett. I do hope I haven't scared you.
To be honest, I've had my fill of ghosts for today. Perhaps I should be running along.
I'm afraid you'll need to come with me. There is someone you need to meet.
Who?
Miss Belmore.
You know, I don't think that would be such a great idea. We met twice already this evening, and I don't think she's taken much of a liking to me. What with throwing me off a balcony and pulling me into a spirit pool. Attempt to kill me once? Shame on you. Attempt to kill me twice? Shame on me, you know? I'll just go. It'll be like I was never here.
It's too late for that, Mr. McCallan. I really must insist.
What have I gotten myself into?
Miss Belmore, Mr. McCallan is here to see you.
I don't see anyone. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Belmore. I wasn't trying to steal from you. I didn't know anybody was still here. And then I've gotten deeper into things than I expected, and... Miss Belmore? Why isn't she saying anything? Why is she crying?
This is all terribly exciting, isn't it? I'm afraid there's much more to this than you realize, Mr. McCallan.
Can she even hear me?
I don't think so, but keep trying to talk to her anyway.
What happened to her?
I can tell you all that I know, if you're brave enough to hear it.
I hope I am.
I was there on that night, all those years ago. And it wasn't Miss Belmore who was to blame. The morning of the wedding, Mr. Rackham left a gift on Miss Belmore's dresser. A small leather pouch with strange beads and strange markings. I shouldn't have been looking, but I saw her open it. It was black magic. Everyone had heard the rumours about Mr. Rackham, but I saw it with my own eyes. Miss Belmore panicked. She threw the pouch into her music box, slammed down the lid to lock it, and threw the brooch into the fireplace. But it was too late. She was losing herself. I could see it in her eyes. Minutes later, she asked me to bring her fiancé to her room. It's bad luck to see the groom before the ceremony. She told him she didn't love him, but I don't think it was her speaking. He begged, he pleaded, his heart broke in two. He was devastated. I saw him head up the staircase to the balcony overlooking the garden. But oh dear, I didn't know what he was going to do. That evening, her wedding to that evil Mr. Rackham began, but it didn't go the way he had planned. Just before Miss Belmore's lips formed the words, "I do," I could see the forces battling inside her. The real love within her resisting the forged compulsion of Mr. Rackham's curse, staring into eyes that were not those of her true love. And that battle of good and evil exploded. Just like that, everyone in the house was gone, trapping us as ghosts to remain here forever. For more than 30 years she's been like this, her mind trapped in an eternal battle between the true love in her heart and the evil magic trying to control her. More than 30 years of never-ending heartbreak. And while Miss Belmore is trapped in torment, do you realize what you've done? You've summoned all the ghosts in the house, including Mr. Rackham, that manipulator, that occultist, that devil, the cause of Miss Belmore's suffering. He's once again free to pursue his evil deeds, because you released him.
Man muss sagen, die Geschichte, ich wollte sagen, die Erzählweise, wie sie sozusagen die Geschichte erzählt, die Vergangenheit, ist wirklich gut eingebracht worden. Machen die wirklich sehr gut. Und auf jeden Fall sehr viel Laune, die zuzuhören.
If Abigail is under a spell, how is she able to attempt to kill me twice?
Well, it's never happened before. Maybe she's losing the fight against Mr. Rackham's curse, and the evil inside her is growing more powerful. Oh dear, it's almost too terrible to think about, isn't it?
Und Stray Gods ist auf jeden Fall ein geiles Spiel. Hat auf jeden Fall Spaß gemacht, das Spiel zu spielen. Hab's ja zweimal durchgespielt. Wobei. Einmal so, dann nochmal fürs DLC. Ja, zweimal, glaube ich, durchgespielt. Hat auf jeden Fall sehr viel Laune das Game. Mit der Musik, Musical, die Songs. Und der Rackham.
Why is Rackham doing all this? What does he want?
He's after the same thing you are, the Belmore treasure. But he's willing to do a lot more to get it. And he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. I'd say he's a lot more committed than you are.
Ja, was ich schade finde, die Entwickler von Stray Gods machen momentan ein neues Spiel auf Kickstarter, aber es geht in komplett andere Richtung als Stray Gods. Ich hätte es gut gefunden, wenn sie vielleicht noch ein Spiel oder sowas in die Richtung rausgebracht hätten. Weil ich glaube, es geht schon, oder es wären noch einige Themen, was man reingebracht hätte, vielleicht mit neuen Charakteren und so weiter, was die Geschichte vielleicht weitererzählt hätte oder zu Ende erzählt hätte. War ja bei Stray Gods so gewesen, dass ja viele Götter verschwunden sind. Hätte man vielleicht so einen kleinen Abschluss bringen können.
I have to do something. How can we stop him?
I'm afraid I don't rightly know, but Miss Belmore might. She managed to break out of the spell once, just at the moment of the explosion, when Mr. Rackham tried to carry out the wedding. Perhaps if you take her back to that moment, she might be able to break out of it again. To do that, you'll need to create a love antidote to Mr. Rackham's curse.
How can I create a love antidote?
Look in the mirror. In this reflection, she's as happy as she was on the morning of her wedding. And look, there in front of her, 4 wedding mementos and the echoed music of the wedding march, each one a touchstone of that final happy time. If you could gather those 5 things, perhaps we might bring her back to the moment she escaped the spell, even if just for a moment. There's something else you should know. Mrs. Craddock, the housekeeper, has announced that all wedding preparations are to resume upon the orders of Mr. Rackham. He plans to repeat the wedding tonight. You don't have long.
But what if I break her out of the spell and she is evil now?
I think you'll just have to take that risk.
Maybe I should go. Try to find someone who knows more about this.
Oh, don't you know? You're just as trapped within this house as any of us ghosts. Try the windows, try the doors. We all have 1,000 times. But it's no use. If you want to escape, she's your only hope.
That can't be true. I haven't died. I can't be trapped here forever like you.
In moonlight's glow, a spectral cell, and whispers of an eerie spell. No one hears his silent shout, for once he's in, he can't get out.
No amount of force or technique or desperate longing would open the door. Cordelia was right. I was trapped. And as I looked around at the house that held me, I felt both dead and alive at the same time. Both awake and in a dream, or a nightmare.
Die Geister sind da. Die Geister, die ich rief, werde ich nicht mehr los.
The only way I could possibly free myself was to gather the 5 items to awaken the Ghost Bride, perhaps giving her a third and final opportunity to kill me.
Komm mal raus.
Hold it right there. The dance is about to begin. I shall deal with you afterwards.
Okay. Dann Schritte. Ja.
The skill, the movement, the passion. It certainly gets the blood pumping. Now then, do you have an invitation?
An invitation?
To the waltz. This celebration is only for wedding guests. We have all manner of help running around the house who certainly aren't invited to the festivities. Imagine the smell. If you want to come in, you'll need to retrieve it. Rules are rules, and it's my job to enforce them. I am Mrs. Elaine Craddock, housekeeper of Belmore Manor. Who are you, anyway?
Murphy McCallan. I'm just a visitor.
Evidently.
Ich hoffe mal, dass
Stop right there, young man.
Arschlecken.
It was a painting of Abigail Belmore, hauntingly beautiful.
Ich glaube, man musste sich das merken.
It was a painting of the gazebo I recognized from the cliff top.
Ich glaube, man muss sich das merken, die Schritte und so weiter. Aber ich glaube, es nie nicht gemerkt.
Without a flue, the fireplace seemed entirely decorative, and yet, standing in front of it, I could feel a breeze. That didn't work. I couldn't. That didn't work. Nope. That wasn't going to work.
Ich brauche vielleicht irgendeinen Hammer oder irgendwas.
You, boy! Are you one of the staff? Is the wedding ready to begin?
Ready to begin? Goodness gracious, but I haven't found my Bible.
Sorry, I'm just a guest too. I don't think the wedding's happening until later tonight. Or not at all, if everything went to plan.
Just enough time for another drink, then.
Nicht Feuertür.
I'd previously seen small pots hung in fireplaces like this contained water in order to humidify the room, especially when tobacco was being smoked. In this case, however, the pot was empty. I picked up the vase. From the delicate porcelain and hand-painted ornamentation, it looked like it must have been worth a fortune. Ming Dynasty, perhaps?
Foskett, why is that young man picking up that chamber pot?
I have absolutely no idea.
Or perhaps not.
Off.
The empty glass was best left where it was. Good evening.
Hello, my child.
Oh, don't get him going again.
And what is your name?
Murphy McCallan.
Hello, Murphy. I am Father Foskett, spiritual shepherd of St. Juniper's Parish. have you seen the good book?
I'm not the most religious person, but I have read parts.
No, I mean that rather more literally. I've lost my Bible and have no idea where I put it. Have you seen it?
I haven't, I'm afraid.
Pity.
Are you here for the wedding?
I am officiating the wedding. With everything that's gone on in the house, we must thank God we have someone like me to keep us on a righteous path.
I've been told that Abigail Belmore doesn't really want to marry Rackham. You need to call the wedding off.
We shall stick to the system, young Mr. McCallan. Objections should be heard during the ceremony, not before, when all parties may articulate their feelings on the matter. These things are greater than you and I, you know. Until then, we must treat the wedding as the joyous occasion it is.
What do you think of Abigail Belmore?
A little headstrong, in my opinion, but a lovely young lady. I baptized her, you know. She grabbed my nose as I held her over the font, right up the left nostril. Wouldn't let go until her brothers distracted her with a teddy bear. Still, she's a very caring girl.
Just not two ecclesiastical noses.
Is
St. Juniper's your church?
That's right, young man. A beacon of godliness on an otherwise spiritually desolate isle.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think St. Juniper has been taken over by rum runners.
Criminals? In my church? Good God! They must be removed immediately.
Let's not be too hasty. They sound like my type of gentleman. That's the type of church I can see myself attending.
I could do with less of your opinions, thank you. Many things can be preserved in alcohol, Colonel. Dignity is not one of them.
Room in the Kirche.
I'm not the most well-read on religion, but shouldn't you be in heaven now?
Cold standard question, my boy.
Well, I'll admit this isn't what I expected.
Perhaps the good book has some missing passages.
I think we can do without your theological input, Colonel.
Is there a way to fix it?
Well, that's precisely what I'm doing, young man, as we speak.
It looks like you're just sitting in an armchair.
You don't see the metaphorical cogs whirring around in my head, the tick and the tock of the thanatological matters in my mind. To the layman, I might appear to be just sitting in an armchair, but in reality, I am studying the Bible, or at least I would be, if I hadn't lost it.
You've lost it, all right.
Voodoo.
Do you think it might be voodoo keeping you here?
Voodoo is nothing but mumbo-jumbo misdirection. I fear we may be in limbo. Some devilish force has interrupted the supernatural order of things.
Ich glaub nicht.
I think Rackham might be practicing black magic.
That is an extraordinary accusation. I refuse to hear another word of it. He is a God-fearing man who always attends the sailor services, and he has donated generously to the church and my vacation fund. The culprit here is that awful sailor Abigail was going to marry. It is precisely because Miss Belmore's marriage to Mr. John Rackham was interrupted that we are still here. And why we must continue the wedding as planned tonight. It shall be our way out.
I'd best be heading off.
God be with you.
Glaub nicht.
Good evening.
Good evening, my boy. I'm afraid you'll have to speak up. Old army injury, you see. Care to join me for a drink?
Colonel Bloom, how many times must I warn you about your predilection for hard drinking?
It's not hard drinking. It's very easy. What do you say, my boy? Care for a nip?
I probably shouldn't. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment.
Well, don't go saving it for the toast. You'll be waiting decades.
See? This is what I was talking about. This is the kind of ungracious, ungentlemanly behavior that will spell your doom, Colonel.
Stop trying to threaten me with eternal damnation, Foskett. If it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. I'm pretty sure I'm dead at this moment. And I don't see any evidence of women playing harps. Just you harping on at me.
Wie war Amelie?
Did you see much action in the army?
I killed 4 men.
From food poisoning, Colonel Bloom's title is an honorary one for services to catering.
The Cattle King's what they called me. I owned farms from New Orleans to Tallahassee. Beef, leather, dairy. It was a roaring trade.
Or at least a mooing one.
Those cows, they were my army. I tell you, everything a man needs can be provided by a good troop of cows.
Herd of cows.
Of course I've heard of cows. I was just talking about them.
What are you drinking, Colonel?
Good hearty rum. It'll put fire on your chest and hair in your belly. Wait.
And perhaps it is time to consider whether you have drunk too much of it, Colonel. Or perhaps give it up altogether.
I could easily give up alcohol.
Nah.
I've already done it hundreds of times.
I think you'll find the time between one glass and the next does not count as teetotalism. Perhaps we should be grateful to the Lord that your glass remains empty.
Are you looking forward to the wedding?
I'm looking forward to it being over. In my opinion, being stood up at the altar for 33 years is a pretty bad sign. Not what strong relationships are made of.
And you should know, Colonel. You've only had hundreds of them.
Do you think the bride and groom should be together?
That Rackham's a slimy character, and no mistake. Oh, by God, he's a good businessman. Trickier than a magician's rabbit that's gotten stuck on a particularly difficult crossword puzzle. But all that don't amount to a hill of beans if you're not enjoying life. I don't know whether to hate the guy or envy him.
Both are sins, I think you'll find, Colonel.
And not even the best ones. Do you know what's wrong with society nowadays, Murphy? Drink, guns, and women. There's just not enough time for them all.
Oh.
Have you ever married, Colonel?
Oh, yes. I've been married for 47 years.
Yes, but to 9 different women.
It still counts.
His shortest marriage was 2 days, and that's only because they couldn't find him to serve the annulment papers.
I ended up in a bordello in East Nevada with half the members of the Albuquerque Militia Marching Band. Best honeymoon I've been on. Some lovely girls.
Lord forgive him, for he knows not what he does.
That's not what the girls were telling me.
Oh, man.
Do excuse me. I'll be back.
At your leisure, my boy. I have nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Idle hands are the devil's playthings.
Try idling your mouth for a change, you old curmudgeon.
Oh, man. Ne, hab nichts dabei. Die ist Flasche leer. Flasche leer. Kein Rum, kein gar nichts.
After my escapades with the fish and its hidden horseshoe, I had had quite enough of taxidermied animals.
Nashorn. Kirsch. Das könnte eine Ziege sein, also Bergziege. Boah.
After my
That is an insult to my honor. I didn't know you had any honor left to insult.
Boys, boys, you don't want to be fighting over little old me.
Tallulah, this man is nothing but a scoundrel. Then you, brother, are a no-good fraud.
Ihr seid eh tot. Was wollt ihr? Ah, hier.
It was a devilish carving of a satyr, half man, half goat, holding a shield. Now wasn't the time to rearrange the furniture. I didn't need to search for a book right now. I already felt like I was in one. I wondered if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche.
Das ist ein Schildmaid.
It was a seductive carving of a lamia, half woman, half snake, holding a shield.
Falsche Richtung. Ruhm für den alten Opa.
Walking into the cellar, I was hit by the pungent smell of rotting wood and mildew. 3 decades without upkeep hadn't been kind to this section of the house, and it was now knee-deep in floodwater. The wine racks were largely bare. What few bottles remained were cracked and empty. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power. I couldn't do anything with it. The wire had corroded into the fuse box. I couldn't budge it with my hands. Shockingly, I didn't want to risk
Wieso nicht?
I couldn't do that. That wasn't going to work.
Schade. Das ist so.
I didn't. Shockingly, I didn't want to.
Stase.
The label read magnetic carriage, theater rotation, orrery track, barrel lift, electrograph. I couldn't do anything with it.
Ich glaub, mir fehlt noch was dafür.
I couldn't do that.
FSK.
I took the handful of candles from on top of the fuse box.
Kerzen.
Knowing the type of animals that lived in the murky water on this island, there was no way I was stepping into the floodwater.
Na komm, sei kein Feigling.
Knowing the type...
Was schon passieren?
I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. Wine racks adorned each wall of the cellar. That didn't work. I needed... That wasn't... That... I need...
Den noch zu viel. So, euch komme ich auch gleich. Willst du mich verarschen? Du
I
kannst noch
wondered
hoch.
if the shelves held any books on battling ghostly curses, but that seemed a little too niche.
Du hättest aber nach oben gehen können und dann.
The macabre warning was definitely serving a purpose where it was. I decided to leave it there.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not?
You're still flesh and blood, aren't you?
That's right.
Nothing to be ashamed of. But you'll end up see-through blue like me if one of those thorns nicks you. And don't try cutting them. Even so much as a snap, and it releases a toxin so deadly you'll be on the ground within 3 minutes. Certainly keeps things exciting, doesn't it?
I couldn't... That wasn't going to... I couldn't... That didn't work. I'd already been warned about touching the poisonous thorns.
Watch out for that vine down there. That bugger was trying to make a break for it earlier.
Oh, okay. Will do. I didn't have the slightest idea what the gardener was warning me about. Like a snake coiling around its prey, it soon became apparent.
Right here.
Help! Help!
What's all the fuss about?
This vine's got me. It won't let go.
Oh, she likes you, she does.
Well, the sentiment isn't mutual.
I've never seen a plant so attached to someone before.
That's exactly the problem. Its hold was getting tighter. I needed to get away before I was dragged into the flower beds. I didn't...
Ah, dat is goed.
Well, you didn't need to do that. I wasn't planning on doing the pruning till tomorrow.
What was that?
Just a Devil's Rock creeper. Oh, they do seem to have gotten a lot more active since I was last tending the garden, though.
First, the animals on this island had tried to eat me. Now, I was finding out the plants wanted a nibble too.
Wir wollen ein bisschen
Examining the overgrowth felt more like being in a zoo than an arboretum. I didn't want to get any closer.
Wir wollen nur essen oder spielen.
I couldn't see anything I could do with the statue. I couldn't see anything alive in the plant pot, despite the gardener's best efforts. I couldn't see...
Den Brunnen ist auch nicht kaputt. Ist kaputt.
The fountain had long run dry, and the cracked, dusty basin was empty. Good evening.
Pleasure to meet you, young man. I'm Rupert Riddle. I'm the gardener for the Belmore estate. And whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
Murphy McCallan. Pleased to meet you.
Do excuse the state of the conservatory. After 30-odd years without so much as a pruning or watering, it's taken on a mind of its own. Don't be telling the Horticultural Society or I'll be having my golden trowel taken off me.
You've won awards for your gardening?
Oh yes. This conservatory is rather famous. Welcome, Murphy, to the Poison Garden.
Poison?
Okay. Wer baut einen Giftgarten?
Why would the Belmore brothers want a poison garden?
Academic interests, prestige, and morbid curiosity, I should think. Master Cecil liked to study them. Master Xavier used to collect them on his expeditions. And Master Yardley, well, he just liked the theatricality of it all.
Isn't it dangerous?
Well, it all depends on how you use it, doesn't it? A few berries of deadly nightshade could kill a person or cure their headache. Hemlock killed Socrates, but I used it to treat my arthritis. These plants may be dangerous, but that's because they're powerful and mysterious.
Ja, und wenn man
From
sie einsetzt.
medicine to murder.
Exactly. The power to heal and the power to kill. That's what makes them so interesting.
Remind me never to get on the bad side of a florist.
Ja, denn die wissen eigentlich einiges an Pflanzen.
What's the secret to growing your garden?
Plants need the same things as you and me, they do. Food, water, sunlight, and someone to chitter-chatter with.
You talk to your plants?
And sing.
What kinds of songs do poisonous plants like?
Vaudeville, mainly. Tarara-boom-de-ay always goes down a treat. Tarara-boom-de-ay. I'm with plants all the day. To sing's the only way to grow my shrub display. Vegetation brings elation to me.
Ja, nette Stimme.
That's quite an accent you've got. Where are you from?
Jolly old England, just outside Bristol. God's own country. The green and pleasant land where my love of horticulture bloomed. I caught the gardening bug at an early age, you see. Histoplasmosis. I was in hospital for 8 months, all told. But trapped in those 4 white clean antiseptic walls staring at a pot of plastic philodendrons, why, it just grew my love of all things botanical.
Why did you move to Devil's Rock?
I came over with the Belmores, didn't I? Got myself a little cottage on the edge of the estate near the mausoleum. Bugger if I can get to it now, though. Shame, too.
Why's that? Do you miss home?
Oh, I think I left the gas on. Wouldn't want an accident now, would I? Could be the death of me.
Du bist tot.
What are you working on at the moment?
I suppose I ought to be pushing up daisies. But death isn't going to stop these green fingers. So I'm getting right back into it where I left off, tending to these plants. It's not quite the same as it used to be, I must admit.
How so?
I suppose, being dead now, they've lost some of their allure. It used to be that one prick of the finger, one wipe of the nose, one accidental inhalation of a seed, and that would be the end of it. Things just aren't as exciting anymore.
Ja, stimmt. Wenn man nicht mehr sterben kann, dann ist auch noch so ein Giftgarten nicht mehr so interessant, sagen wir so.
Will you be attending the wedding?
Me? Get an invitation? I'm not sure overalls would meet the dress code. But it's a good thing, too. I wouldn't trust that Rackham with a hosepipe on a hot day.
Why not?
Well, it's not like me to tell tales. But it wasn't long before the Belmore brothers started to disappear that Rackham was in here asking about the poison plants. Very suspicious timing, if you ask me.
You think he murdered them?
I couldn't possibly say.
Who's the statue of?
Oh, him. He's from an old Indian fable the Belmores used to have read to them as children. It was a gift Cecil Belmore gave his brothers a couple of years before he disappeared. Quite the conversation piece.
What was the statue's story about?
A young Maharaja prince who sold his kingdom for a single coin, all so he could use it to save the love of his life.
How romantic.
I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing.
I need a bouquet. Can you help me?
I'm a gardener, not a flower arranger, Murphy.
Is there anything in here I can take without it killing me?
I'm afraid the only non-poisonous plants were those down in Abigail's flower bed. She had her own little area that I used to help her with. There's only that one flower that stayed alive in the whole conservatory. Funny that.
What's funny about it?
That's the same flower bed Abigail used for her bouquet the night things went awry.
That'll be perfect. Is there a way to get rid of the thorns?
Oh, certainly. A good drenching with alcohol should kill them off.
Thanks for your time.
Before you go, you wouldn't do me a favor, would you?
What kind of favor?
Well, I was just wondering how that flesh and blood thing is working out for you.
Excuse me?
It's just, and I don't mean to impose, but my eternal frustration is that I have 187 different ways to die in this conservatory, but I was never able to test any of them out. Now that we've all discovered death isn't quite so conclusive, I was wondering if you'd want to help out.
Help out how?
Well, we could test out some of the plants on you.
They'd kill me!
Fingers crossed.
The dainty old man's eyes glowed with unrestrained excitement at the mention of murder. His dottery demeanor offered a complete contrast to his apparently homicidal tendencies. He was like a tortoise holding a machine gun.
Now, don't make such a drama out of it. We could put it in a nice pie, maybe some herbal tea. I know the recipe for a lovely cobbler.
Definitely not. Let's cross that possibility out right now.
I was only asking. Maybe let me know if you change your mind.
Oh Mann. Die Pasteten oder sowas. Ja. Die Charaktere hier sind
The shield
einfach.
was out of reach, but I didn't plan on jousting with any knights that day anyway.
Charaktere sind der Hammer.
The pianist wouldn't have been happy with me rifling through his belongings. Without knowing what it was, I didn't want to break it. I wondered if the pianist knew more about it. My piano repertoire consisted only of a few bars of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I thought it best not to inflict that upon anyone.
Liegt es da? Alle meine Händchen sind zwar verschiedene Sachen, oder? Glaube ich. Gebe ich nicht aus.
Good evening. My name is Murphy McCallan.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. Ezra Hughes is the name. Pianist for hire is the game. Got any events coming up that you can use a pianist at? I do weddings, christenings, bar mitzvahs, funerals.
You're still hustling for work? Isn't being a ghost an impediment?
Hey, when you're self-employed, you've got to keep that next paycheck coming in.
But you're trapped in a house.
Well, I admit I'm not normally based here, but Belmore Manor makes a lovely venue.
Und, läuft so.
How's the gig?
It's the gig of a lifetime. Quite literally. I just didn't realize how short that lifetime would be. Still, I should be making out like a bandit at the end of it.
Why's that?
My contract says I charge overtime at time and a half. So far, we're 30-something years past my original end time.
Is there much to spend your money on when you're dead?
They say you can't take it with you. But I don't seem to be going anywhere at the moment, so why not find out?
Ja. 30 Jahre Überstunden. Oh.
You don't seem to have much of an audience.
Most have gone through to the ballroom for the waltz. Still, at least it means I don't have the Southern Belle from hell hovering over me.
Who's that?
You'll know when you see her.
Ich weiß, wer es ist.
Are you local to Devil's Rock?
No, New Orleans born and bred. Hard to grow up in the Big Easy and not fall in love with this music. Street performers in the French Quarter, brass bands on the balconies, parades at Mardi Gras. It's in the air down there.
So what brought you here?
Work. Figured I'd play a few gigs, make some cash. Next thing I know, I'm caught up in more drama than a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Where did you find musical work here on Devil's Rock?
I got a full season contract down at the Calliope Theater. It was pure luck, really. The original pianist broke his arm.
How?
Before the renovation, that place was falling apart. 14 people in the audience watched as the stage gave out right in the middle of Claire de Lune. Pianist and piano falling straight through the floor into the basement.
Ouch.
Physically, he was fine. Emotionally, devastated for months.
Sounds like he went through a bad stage. Yardley Belmore was a performer too, wasn't he?
And more. Writer, director, producer, philanthropist. He's the one that bought the Calliope, fixed her up, and hired me. Once he came on board, that place got put on real shows.
Real shows?
Yeah. Before Yardley put up the funds, they were so broke they had to rely on sponsorships. The final year, Bon Tom Bakery funded everything. With conditions.
Conditions?
The shows had to be on brand. Before Yardley put a stop to it, we were looking at 3 Shakespeare plays that season. Romeo and Baguette, A Midsummer Night's Cream Cake, and Much Ado About Muffins.
Romeo and Baguette. Oh man.
Do you know what happened to Yardley Belmore?
I haven't a clue. But you know what? I think I was one of the final people to see him alive.
Oh, really?
He came down to the Calliope to offer me this gig for the wedding, and I overheard him talking to someone backstage after I had finished rehearsing.
What were they talking about?
Well, after Yardley scrapped the baked goods from Romeo and Juliet, he was after ideas to bring something new to the story. This fella was telling him about a place he'd found, an actual crypt. Such a missed opportunity, really. Can you imagine? Romeo and Juliet's tragic finale, played out in the Capulet tomb, the star-crossed lovers' final doomed moments in a real-life, honest-to-God crypt. The last thing I heard was them setting a date to check it out. And then, well, after that, no one ever saw him again.
Do you know who the man he was talking to was?
Rackham, I think you call him. Don't know where his interest in the theater came from all of a sudden. I'd never seen him in any performances.
Räcker med att det smör jädrigt ut och danach de 3 bröder.
Do you know where I could get some wedding music?
I take request. It's part of my contract for the wedding. What are you after?
I need some wedding music to play to Abigail Belmore, upstairs in her bedroom.
I might be able to move people with my music, Murphy, but there's no chance I can move this piano up to the 2nd floor.
What's the machine next to your piano?
That's my ticket out of hustling, a phonograph recorder. I'm going to compose and record a hit song, something that'll sweep the nation like those guys on Tin Pan Alley. I can record and release a song all across the country, and people will be able to hear me live in their living room.
But you're not live, or living.
That'll be how I market myself. Anthems by apparitions, hymns by haunts. The magazines won't give you the time of day if you don't have some way of standing out. If I'm dead, it's better to be composing than decomposing.
How does the machine work?
You just put in a blank record and press record. There's an old one still in there if you want it. It's too worn for me to use anymore. The records have a thin layer of black wax on the outside, and the machine records the sound as grooves in the wax. Keep an ear out for me in a year's time.
I should get going.
See you around, Murphy.
I took the record from the recording machine. With its outer coating worn away with age, it wasn't in a state to record onto. The candle wax looked like it might work as a replacement coating for the record, if I could find a way to apply it. I didn't need to... That wasn't going to work.
Warte mal. Wenn ich zu den... hier?
Nope. I dropped the candles into the empty pot hanging in the fireplace. They soon began to melt and bubble. Double, double, toil and trouble.
Goodness gracious! That isn't more satanic sorcery, is it?
I'm sorry, I was just quoting Macbeth.
Well, don't.
I couldn't do that. Carefully, I dipped the record into the molten candle wax.
Okay. Ich würde es nicht machen.
Once pulled out, the thin layer of wax rapidly cooled, leaving me with a blank, reset record.
Bibliothek-Tür.
Stepping through the doorway, I found myself in an ethereal black void that stretched in every direction. Draped in green fog, all I could see were staircases floating in all directions, and in the center, an eternally ticking clock.
Nein, noch nicht.
Is that little whippersnapper playing on the staircases again?
No, it's not him this time. But how that wayward whelp's mother allows him to run riot through that cursed room baffles me. When it comes to Sebastian Pock, I think King Herod might have had a point.
Ah, hier sind wir auf dem Zimmer.
I couldn't reach the skeleton from inside the house.
Muss hoch. Ah, Biblio. Ja, zurück komme ich gleich.
I placed the freshly reset record back on the recording machine. Excuse me, Ezra, could you play the wedding march?
A request? Sure thing, Murphy.
Thank you very much. I clicked off the machine and picked up the newly recorded record.
Samba.
I needed to place that on the phonograph.
Ah, der.
I placed the record into the phonograph. Still, without a horn, it wasn't going to play.
Ah, ich brauch den Horn von dem, und das muss ich deswegen. Bin ich hier? Zur Kasten. Okay. Mit Sumpf.
Whoa! As I rounded the corner of the balcony, I saw that the walkway had dropped away, the mortar crumbling after decades of neglect. The ground was a long way down. I couldn't see an easy way up to the cupola.
Bis hier, hier, hier und dann das.
I assessed whether the railing would be safe to climb. With the slippery ironwork and crumbling masonry, the answer was obviously no. But I didn't have the luxury of safety. Here goes nothing.
Na, wir sind doch hoch. Ich hätte es nicht gemacht.
Hauling myself onto the roof from the ornamental railings, I realized there was no easy path to get higher. The roof tiles ranged from loose and dangerous to soggy and dangerous. Either way, I wasn't going to be able to climb them.
So?
As I approached a lightning rod, I started to feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. That was a close one. Fortunately, the lightning bolt had hit the lightning rod instead of me. breaking it from its socket and sending the rod tumbling to the ground below. There was nothing I could do with the empty socket. It looked like someone had already intended to start fixing the roof. I looked inside the toolbox and took the only thing it held, a rusty old pair of pliers.
Ah, damit können wir vielleicht und dem Killer das machen.
I definitely didn't have the natural balance needed to walk across the cable unaided. From down on the balcony, the drain pipe was unreachable. I couldn't see an easy way up to the cupola. There was no way to reach the weather vane, but despite that, I noticed something curious. No matter which way the wind blew, the weather vane stayed fixed in position.
Warte, kannst du nicht da? Oh, bitte mal. Hier, hier,
I
hier.
couldn't see an easy way.
Geht doch hier, hier, hier. Dann eben nicht. Sorry.
Lighting the fire may have warmed the room, but it couldn't take away the chill I felt standing there.
Oh yeah?
I couldn't. I thought that Abigail would prefer them to stay where they were. Lighting the fire may have... There was nothing left in the
Ding, 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 hier kommt der. Ja, Mann.
Coming! Miss Belmore, did you ring for me?
I considered picking up a sheet and draping it over me, but there were enough ghosts in the house already. With the maid distracted, I was free to take the feather duster.
Was?
I didn't need to move the cart. I couldn't ring the bells from the hallway. It was a feather duster made out of ragged black ostrich feathers.
Was brauche ich das?
The door was locked. The door
was locked. Yeah.
Haha, the look on your face.
What are you doing? Oh, you could have scared me to death.
Imagine how cool that would be.
I don't think I'd be very happy about that.
Baby. Who are you anyway?
My name's Murphy McCallan. I'm a guest. Who are you?
I'm Sebastian Pock.
The little boy puffed out his chest with a grin that would make the Cheshire Cat jealous. What were you doing in the trunk?
Playing hide and seek. That stuffy old vicar challenged me to a game and hasn't found me in more than 33 years.
Don't you know it's dangerous to shut yourself up in places like that? You could have gotten locked in.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually. I think the latch closed on me while I was inside. Still, what's the worst that could happen? I'm already dead.
Oh, stimmt auch wieder.
What are you looking so pleased about?
I'll have a new toy to play with later tonight. A brand new Guggenhose Model 5 wind-up tin boat. I'm going to play with it in the bathtub down the hall.
That's funny. I know a little girl who accidentally got one of those for her birthday today.
Yeah, funny that.
The boy pulled an expression that made him look slicker than a politician in an oil spill. You've been in that chest for 33 years?
On and off. That's got to make me a hide-and-seek champion. This house is amazing for it. Before I climbed in the chest, I must have explored every room in the house. The ones that aren't locked, at least.
Und irgendwas gefunden?
You haven't seen the Belmore treasure while you've been exploring, have you?
There's a treasure here, like pirate treasure.
That's what the stories say.
And you believe them? I thought kids were supposed to be the gullible ones. I don't think it exists.
Why not?
Because if it did, I would have found it by now.
Geister.
I heard some of the other ghosts talking about a boy playing in the staircase room. That was you, wasn't it?
Sure was. How did you know?
In truth, the description of wayward whelp was the giveaway. But as long as Sebastian knew something I didn't, I needed to contain my annoyance. Lucky guess. Do you know how to get through the staircase room?
Oh, sure. I know every route in this house. You've got to be as good at hide and seek as I am. I bet I could beat you without even leaving this room.
Sebastian, I really need to get through the staircase room. Could you tell me how to do it?
Well, are you any good at hide and seek?
Excuse me?
Because I could tell you how to get through the staircase room. If you can beat me, hider or seeker, I'd beat you at either.
Guess so.
This is a long shot, but do you know Mallory Wisp?
Sure, I know Princess Stink.
She was getting a tin boat too.
I know. I swapped over the pages in the toy catalogue, so she ordered the wrong thing. She'll get fed up with it, and I'll get to play with it instead.
Well, that wasn't a nice thing to do.
Nice guys finish last. That's what my father says.
How are you and Mallory able to talk? You're a ghost and she's...
A flesh bag.
Right.
A blood pumper, an air guzzler, a bone puppet, a muscle wriggler.
Hey, I get the idea. How come you can talk to her?
Children aren't so close-minded, I guess. Plus, she's the only person brave enough to come up to the house.
Are you here for the wedding?
Do you think I dress like this for fun? I look ridiculous.
I thought you might be the mayor of Munchkinland.
My mum made me dress like this. What's your excuse?
Do you know the man in the portrait behind you?
I don't want to look at it. Gives me the creeps.
It's John Rackham, isn't it?
Shh! Mum says we're not allowed to say his name.
What do you know about Rackham?
I don't want to talk about it.
You know something, don't you?
I can't tell you. I'd get in trouble.
I won't say a word.
Cross your heart and hope to die?
That's ironic, given the circumstances, but sure.
We came to the house a few months before the wedding was supposed to happen. My dad's a lawyer for the Belmore Trading Company. A real important one. But oh boy, is that stuff boring. I was sneaking around, you know, just exploring the house. And I saw him, that man. He was talking to one of the Mr. Belmores. The one that wore the white coat.
Cecil Belmore, the scientist?
Yeah, he said he was going to his laboratory, but where it was hidden was a secret. I thought I could follow him.
Did you have any luck?
Not really, because I wasn't the first. That man, he was following him too, in secret. I kind of got too scared to keep going once I saw him.
What scared you?
I saw something. I saw something the scary man was carrying.
What was he carrying?
A dagger.
Jetzt wissen wir, wer gestorben ist.
You hide, I'll seek.
Great. Eyes closed and count 5 Mississippis. I won't even leave the room.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ready or not, here I come.
What?
Boo!
So, was halt.
Too easy. I just wish this was more of a challenge.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for a
You must be cheating.
How could I cheat?
I don't know, you're a ghost. Can't you dematerialize or something?
This isn't a bedtime story, you know. I may be a ghost, but I still touch things just like you.
You hide. 1 Miss, 2, 3 Miss, 4, 5 Miss. Ready or not?
So. Ist der immer noch da, oder?
Boo!
Ne, okay. Ich versuch mal wieder beim nächsten Mal zu üben.
Better luck.
Hello.
Back for...
You hide.
Great.
1 miss, 2, 3, 4, 5 miss. Ready or not?
Und jetzt ist der hier hinten. Ich werde mit euch.
Are you?
Again?
Das kann nicht sein.
The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked. Hello, Sebastian.
Back for
You seek.
your.
I was far too big. Hiding inside a locked chest might have been fine. Gazing into the... The door was locked. The door was locked. The door was locked. I didn't think... Hey, Cordelia.
Oh, hello again, Mr. McCallan. Have you made the love antidote yet?
I'm working on it, even though I'm still not sure it's a good idea. Do you know why I can't leave Belmore Manor?
We ghosts have been trapped here ever since the explosion. But I don't know why someone still living would be unable to leave.
I was able to get out the last time I was here. Even if it was via the balcony and into the pond. I don't want to try that again.
Something must be keeping you here now. Better hope it's not Mr. Rackham.
Did you say there were rumors that John Rackham used black magic?
Oh yes, all of the staff talked about it. Even if we daren't mention it to the family. Crates and boxes delivered in the night, hidden from prying eyes. But not hidden well enough. We see what happens in this house. We hear the whispers in the night. We know.
Do you think the Belmore treasure is here in the house?
If it is, I've never seen it. But it is a big house. There are rooms I've never been in. Rooms I was forbidden to enter. Who knows what's in them?
The skeleton hanging from the tree outside. That's the sailor, isn't it?
What's left of him? I do hope it's a mess I don't have to tidy up.
Isn't the sailor's ghost trapped in the house too?
Oh no! He killed himself hours before the curse took hold. He will have long since passed over to the spirit realm. Lucky escape, some might say.
He was lucky to be so distraught he committed suicide?
It's better than being trapped in this house for eternity.
So kann man es auch sagen.
How did Abigail and the sailor meet?
It was aboard one of the Belmore ships. Miss Belmore was never one to be caged up inside the house, always wanting to go away on her brother's voyages. But they were a good deal older than her, and very protective after they all lost their parents. So she made a plan to stow away.
Did she manage to do it?
No, she was caught mere hours before the ships left port from Deadnettle, covered over in spare sail.
Who discovered her?
That young sailor. I don't think she was best pleased that he had to tell her brothers, and he did, but she didn't hold it against him. Instead, he told her of the voyages on each return to Deadnettle, and as the months progressed, she took more and more of a liking to him. I suppose fate will always bring two soulmates together, even when they least expect it.
And that's how they fell in love.
The young sailor promised that one day they would explore the world together. But until that day arrived, he would carry her in his heart on every voyage he undertook. He carved a wooden compass, split it into 2 pieces, and they each carried one, promising that despite their time apart, the necklace would be reunited once they were back together. How romantic.
Ja, aber jetzt... Oh. gut.
How did the Belmore's parents die?
A shipwreck off the southeastern coast. 28 perished, with just one survivor.
Who was the survivor?
Why, it was Mr. Rackham.
Ja.
Where do these doors
Klar.
behind me go?
The middle door goes up to the cupola, but the key's been lost ever since Master Cecil died. There's not much up there from what I remember, just old sheets, linens and lace.
And the door on the right?
That's where the parlour witch lives.
Did you say a witch lives in the house?
Oh yes, didn't you know? Mr. Rackham isn't the only one said to delve into the supernatural. Perhaps poor little Abigail was just an innocent, caught in the middle of Mr. Rackham's and her brother's dark dealings.
Who is she? Is she still there now?
I should think so. The Belmores brought her to the house not long before they disappeared, though after moving into the house, she was never seen again. No one ever goes in, and no one ever comes out. I don't even think Mrs. Craddock can get in there.
Do you know what happened to the Belmore brothers?
That certainly is a mystery, isn't it? But I'm afraid I don't know. My duties were to help Miss Belmore, while Mrs. Craddock dealt with the masters.
Although what?
I did see Master Xavier on the day he died.
What was Xavier doing on the day he died?
Preparing for an expedition. He'd been given a birthday present not long before, an old pirate map of Devil's Rock that he'd hung over the fireplace in his bedroom. And on the map, marked in red, an X marks the spot.
Pirate treasure? On Devil's Rock?
I doubt the treasure even came into it. A cove on Devil's Rock, where no one has stepped foot in over 100 years. That'd be like a moth to a flame for Master Xavier. He left before dawn, and then never came back.
Who gave him the present?
I expect you can guess.
Ah. Rackham hat alle Achtung
Thank you for your
gebeten.
help.
You're welcome. It gets pretty boring after 30 years trapped here. You're much more exciting to watch.
Und so nimmt
I looked behind the curtains, but there was nothing there. I looked behind...
wenn man so nimmt, da hat jeder auf dem Gewissen.
Now wasn't the time for a nap.
Ist auch nicht. Feder, nein.
I didn't have time.
Raus. Da kann ich mich nicht verstecken.
There was nothing else. There was nothing... I didn't want to... Whoever left the...
Du hast mit Spiel gewinnen. Ah.
The door was locked.
Große Halle. Ich brauche das Ding. Das.
I pulled at the wire with the pliers and managed to dislodge it from the fuse box.
Ausheben.
I hooked up the lightning rod wire to the socket, but with the lightning rod broken, I wasn't going to get any power. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. It seemed the barrel lift lacked power.
Ah, der Blitzableiter vom Arsch ist.
orrery track, theater road, magnetic carrot, electrograph. I thought I should introduce myself first. Good evening, miss.
Oh, another fine young gentleman.
My name's Murphy McCallan. Pleased to meet you all.
Back off, Peanut. Yeah, keep walking. We were talking to the lady first.
Now, boys, we must be welcoming to our new friend. My name is Tallulah LaRue. I expect you've heard of me. My daddy owns the LaRue Oil Exchange. We're the richest family this side of the Mississippi.
But don't be getting any ideas. Tallulah, don't you think this gentleman is a little beneath you? He looks so poor, he probably waves a popsicle around and calls it air conditioning.
Let's not be rude to him just because he's less fortunate. You boys be welcoming and introduce yourselves.
If we must. I am Humphrey Tallulah. And I am Orville Tallulah of the Tallulah Textiles Company.
I think you made the pants I'm wearing. What's that in your hand, Miss LaRue?
This is my invitation to the wedding. It allows me to bring one guest with me, but I seem to have made a teensy tiny mistake. I've invited both boys all the way out here to Devil's Rock when I can only take one of them into the wedding. Now, both of these fine fellows are here and want to attend with me, and I just don't know who I should pick.
You mean you two don't have an invitation?
We may not know the Belmores, but we do know this southern magnolia before us. We were brought to Devil's Rock by passion.
I was brought to Devil's Rock by taxi. If you're not using the invitation, perhaps I could take it off your hands?
I don't think so, knucklehead. Miss LaRue is going to need that invitation for when I accompany her. Over my dead body? Have you seen yourself? You're already dead.
These two gentlemen seem pretty heated.
I just hope it doesn't come to blows. I'd be happy to marry either of these gentlemen one day, if only I could choose between them.
If you did end up marrying one of them, would that make your name Tallulah Tallulah?
That's right, and my middle name is Beulah. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
How are you going to decide who to take to the waltz, Miss LaRue?
I just don't know if I could decide. I think I'll have to leave it to the boys to decide for me.
Choose me, Tallulah. I'm the one who inherited our family's good looks, I assure you.
Reich aus.
Your reflection hides when you walk past a mirror. I have the southern elegance she desires. Elegance? You have all the elegance of a drunken pelican. I believe the lady would be better suited for a man of my sophistication. Sophistication? You have all the sophistication of a rodeo clown. It's my bravery that she needs. Bravery? You'd run away from a June bug. If you think yourself so brave, then we must put it to the test. Brother, I challenge you to a duel. Not if I challenge you first.
Gee, I wouldn't want a duel to take place because of little old me. But if that's how things have to be, let's get the guns on the table, boys.
McCallum, you shall be the adjudicator.
I shall?
I'm glad you've agreed.
What exactly does that entail?
In order for the duel to be fair, an independent third party must load the pistols and declare the victor.
But I've never loaded a pistol before.
Don't worry, McCallum. A donkey with a lobotomy could do it. You have at least half a chance.
I'm så raden. Pulver.
One at a time, I poured the powder into the muzzle of the pistols.
Kugel.
I then dropped the shot into each muzzle.
Stückchen.
Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod.
No pussyfooting around here, boys. I want to see some action. If you miss, you're not the man for me.
Det är en 1-2, det spelar inte gar nichts.
Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
In any other situation, this would have been a tragedy, but it quickly became clear that a duel to the death wouldn't be conclusive when the duelists were both already dead.
Yeah.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Haben dich beide erschossen.
Would you like a rematch of the pistol duel?
What a wonderful idea! Boys, go!
Warte mal.
Not yet, McCallum.
One at a time, I poured... The instructions read, powder.
No,
I didn't need to pick up the pistols except to load them. I then dropped the shot and... Finally, I patted the content.
Remember,
Muss
boys,
ich-
if you miss, you're not the man for me.
Muss ich irgendwas anderes machen? Aber es geht gar nicht.
Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Good evening.
Why,
Were you friends with Abigail Belmore?
friends may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I'd seen her around at the debutante balls before she got engaged to that sailor. I mean, really, what was she thinking?
You don't think they should have gotten engaged?
What's the point? Mr. Rackham was an improvement. I do love the powerful.
Would you like a
What a boys?
Nope. I didn't have time. I couldn't do that. The powder flask already contained it. I didn't. That would have been better used on. That would have been better.
Not yet.
It was a leather cup filled with pistol shot. It was a leather cup filled with.
Musik habe ich dort erwähnt. Die anderen Dinger.
I didn't need to pick. On the table lay two flintlock pistols belonging to the twins. It was a leather case filled with. It was a small metal ramrod used for patting down the. It was a scrap of paper listing the correct order.
Ich kann nicht rausgehen. Ah. Muss nochmal machen.
One at a time.
Überspringen.
I then. Finally.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
Kann man überspringen, das Ding. Ah.
Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
Miss LaRue, would you mind if I borrowed your parasol?
Don't be silly, Murphy. It's a beautiful evening outside.
Didn't you see the lightning?
A parasol's to protect you from the sun, silly. Carry this out in a lightning storm and you might... Actually, go right ahead and take it. You have fun.
The glint in her eye sent a shiver through me.
Wie?
I didn't need to search for a... Hello.
Beat it, bud.
Hi there.
Keep walking.
I didn't need to dust... I needed to think of... It was a fancy yellow parasol with a bamboo handle and an embroidered cotton canopy.
Was ist es dann?
Did I hear gunshots through there? It's like being back at...
What happened there? A battle?
No, my second wedding. The father of the bride didn't appreciate me canoodling with the maid of honor and got all the locals to run me out of town. Talk about a shotgun wedding.
Nein. Was ist das?
Hey, where'd you go? You're meant to hide somewhere in this room. That still counts as a win for me, you know.
Hello, Sab...
That...
You see...
You're on...
I was far too... I needed to... That did... I needed to think of... The door was... The door was... Hiding inside a locked chest might have been...
Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
Goody for you.
You didn't even make it hard. Maybe I should hide next time.
Hello, Sab...
Back for...
See you around.
Bye.
Das Kind nervt.
I needed to... As a child, I'd once watched a traveling circus act calling himself the Great Balancerio amble his way across a high wire with only a parasol to keep him steady. With absolutely zero practice and infinitely more chance of death, it was now my turn to try it. Oh well, here goes.
Ach, das wieder machen, Alter. Seriously? Okay.
Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Hätte nicht hier drüber gehen können?
Oh, that was a close one. While I may have lost the parasol, I did have one thing on Balancerio. I accomplished my stunt without having to wear a leotard.
Hätte einfach nicht hier drüber gehen können.
There was no way to reach the weather vane, but no matter... That wasn't going to work.
Hätte nicht da einfach hochgehen können.
The drain pipe had twisted and now pointed straight up to the sky, empty of everything but moss. I could... I didn't need...
Was man da was machen könnte.
I didn't need... I didn't...
Nein, das haben wir schon gehabt.
Nope.
this is the Staubwedel.
Using the feather duster, I began sweeping away the spiders and their webs from a relatively safe distance.
Weiter.
I didn't need to. The face reminded me of a man I used to buy milk from. From the neck up, he looked like an Italian nobleman. From the neck down, he'd wear denim dungarees and nothing else. It probably wasn't the same guy. Looking through the telescope, all I could see was a blur. I soon realized why. A telescope without a lens wasn't going to be much use.
Eine Linse. Bitte.
That wasn't going to... Nope.
Also, was wär's?
Now that it was free of spiders, I opened the trunk. Searching through the trunk, I found blankets, bedding, tablecloths, and tucked up in the corner, a delicate lace veil.
Ah,
It was an ornate wedding veil made of delicate lace.
Okay, das haben wir schon.
The globe looked more decorative than functional, like a chihuahua with a bow tie.
Ah, da wird erst die Tür aufgeöffnet.
I placed the veil on the dresser. There were 4 items left. It was the top of the bride's dresser.
Uh-oh.
I didn't think he'd be interested. Hello, Sub.
Back for
You hot.
grit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Ready or not, here. I didn't have time for. I didn't. I didn't need to. I didn't need to dust that. I didn't. Nope.
Wenn ich dahin gehe, kommt er hier raus. Wenn ich hier gehe, geht er hinten raus. Was wetten wir? Wird gar nicht sein, dass der kleine Wichser immer wieder...
Too easy.
Ach, fick dich, du Bastard.
Hello, Sub.
Back for.
See you around.
Bye.
Ah, Schnellreise. Okay. Naja, haben wir Blumenbusch, Alkohol, aber... Zu schnell gedrückt. Ja, das ist ein falsches Ding. Alkohol, ja. Ja, das habe ich. Ja. Ah, Alter, seriously.
That didn't.
Ah, ich muss ganz wieder zurücklaufen. So. Ah, falsches Zimmer. Radkorridor, da rein. Da rein. Da rein. Da.
With a spark of inspiration that worried even me, I decided to test whether I could improvise a replacement for the lightning rod, breaking all manner of building codes in the process.
Es funktioniert. Ja, aber auf die einfachsten Aufgaben komme ich nicht. Einfach da hier. Nein. Wo ist der Weg? Da rein. Da rein.
With a surge, so this was how they loaded barrels in and out of the cellar.
War zu schnell gewesen, sorry.
Knowing the erratic surges of electricity that must have been flowing through the wire into the barrel lift, I decided it was wiser not to do any more rewiring.
Okay, das bleibt gleich, okay. Aber,
The wine racks were largely... I needed to use the switch to operate the barrel lift. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt. I needed to use the switch to operate the... I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again. I flipped the switch and It was an electric machine used to raise and lower barrels from the floor of the cellar to a hatch up at ground level. Knowing I needed to... Nope.
Das kapier ich nicht.
I flipped the switch. I flipped the switch and the barrel lift ground to a halt.
Ja, der bleibt dann wieder hier unten stehen.
It was an electric...
Ja, ja. Sorry, kapier ich nicht. Ja, das hat nicht. Schaffen. Nicht verarschen.
That was going to be the perfect container to scoop the water out, but I would have been here for days. I needed a way to automate it. With extraordinary fortune, the porcelain chamber pot fitted neatly into the decorative ironwork of the barrel lift.
Oh. Oh Mann. Wie kann man auf solche Ideen? Ich bin nicht drauf gekommen.
I flipped the switch and the barrel lift started up again. Held by the barrel lift, the chamber pod plunged beneath the surface, scooping up the murky floodwater, then carrying it to the ground level hatch above.
Ich bin nicht
With
drauf
time,
gekommen.
the jury-rigged machine began bailing the cellar like a sailor trying to save a sinking dinghy.
Ich bin nicht drauf gekommen auf die Idee.
Now that I had my contraption working, I thought I'd leave the barrel lift running, just in case the cellar started to flood again.
Okay.
There was nothing large that I needed to move. I turned the spigot, and rum began to pour out. If I wanted some, I needed something to carry it in.
Ja, kenn ich vielleicht. Und jetzt kann ich den Rum den alten Opa raufholen.
With the bottle positioned beneath it, I turned the spigot. The grotesque face began spewing out rum like it was 2 a.m. on Bourbon Street. The wine racks were largely...
Okay. Jetzt kann ich, glaub den...
Good evening, Miss...
Why?
I best...
Pistole, kapier ich noch nicht.
Can I top you off, Colonel?
Oh, excellent. What do you have there?
Belmore rum, aged 33 years.
Wonderful. Fill her up. I must prefer rum to that hoity-toity champagne they serve. Rum is a man's drink. I'll save this for the toast later.
Do you think that's a good idea, Colonel?
I certainly do. You know, Fosker, I've had about enough of your sanctimonious prattling. I try to sit here and enjoy myself, and all I hear is the droning of a long-winded clergyman.
I'm not droning. You just don't like to face the truth. My sanctimonious prattling, as you so ungratefully call it, is all that stands between your unrighteous life and a subsequent consignment to the fiery gates.
You know, that must be it. It's a revelation, an epiphany. All these years I've been thinking I've been in limbo, wondering why I haven't moved on to the pearly gates or the raging fires, and now I've realized.
What have you realized?
I must be in hell right now, and listening to you is my torture. Well, that's it. I can't bear any more.
Dankeschön.
There! Now I can't hear a word you say.
Infantile.
Well, I should certainly hope she does.
So, Dankeschön. Ich muss zweimal, einmal zu der und phonograph.
With a bit of improvisation, I have fixed the ear trumpet to the phonograph in place of the broken horn. Now I just needed the remaining wedding items before I started it up.
Das haben wir. Ah, nicht zurück. Ich bin den falschen Knopf. Musik des Blumen, weiß ich jetzt wie. Muss wieder zurück. Ah. So, nach unten. Ich brauche wieder Alkohol. Doch Alk für die Pflanzen. Nein. Aber wie viel Alkohol hat in dem Glas geschüttet?
I refilled the bottle, but as the rum neared its neck, the flow turned to dribbles. That must have been the last of it.
Ah. Zweimal benutzen. Einmal für die Pflanze und einmal für den Oberboss. So, da. Alkohol. Da.
I emptied the rum onto the thorns and waited.
Warte.
There was only one rose left. I needed to be more delicate than ripping it out of the flower bed.
Wie? Ich habe kein Ding. Ja, der was für mich.
I had nothing else to say to.
Habe ich irgendwo Gartenteile gesehen?
I didn't want to. There was only one rose left.
Nein, nein. Messer? Ah, doch, Messer. Okay.
Delicately, I cut the stem and picked up the last rose in the house. I placed the rose in the vase. There were 2 items left.
Kuchen und der Ring.
It was a simple gold ring. It was an untouched slice of wedding cake. The bride sat slumped in her chair.
Vom Ring habe ich keine Ahnung, bin ich ehrlich. Okay, aber wie komme ich zu dem Arsch hin? Ja, der kleine Arsch. Ah, okay. Das ist auch Arsch. Wie kommt man auf die Idee, Schnur zu binden und dann. Oh.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for
You seek.
Wie kommt man auf die Idee? Ich glaube nicht, dass man.
Ready or not, here I come. Found you.
Goody for.
You didn't eat.
So, jetzt.
Hello, Sebastian.
Back for
Du versteckst dich.
1 miss, 2, 3, 4, 5 miss. Ready or not?
Ah.
I wonder who's behind this curtain.
What? How'd you find me?
Maybe you're not the best at this after all.
You cheated. You tied that string to me.
Don't be a sore loser. You never specified in the rules that it wasn't allowed. Now about that route through the staircase room.
Grown-ups are tricky. Here, this'll tell you how to do it. Cheetah, cheetah, pumpkin eater.
Apfelfummler.
I almost felt bad. Almost. Because when I looked at the document, I was sure I'd been swindled. What I'd been given wasn't a blueprint of the house, but a wedding schedule scribbled on in colored crayon.
7, 3.
It was a wedding schedule for this evening. It was a wedding schedule. It was a wedding.
Zimmer. Ja, aber welche Tür ist welche? Wir haben 12?
At the center of the void was a clock supernaturally hovering in the air, with a single hand that constantly ticked its way around the face.
Ah, das meint der. Warte mal. Sorry. Große Auftrittszeremonie, Ausstattung. 3, große Auftritt, 7, Zeremonie. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hier komme ich wieder raus bei 7. Alter, was ist jetzt für eine Scheiße? Oder 7, 3. Also die Zahlen irgendwas zu tun haben. 11 mal 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Staircase is bookended by door.
Die Farbe muss in... Warte mal, die haben ja verschiedene Farben. Grün, grün. Warte mal. Grün ist 3. Das ist nochmal 3. Das ist nochmal 3. Das ist pink, ist 9. 3, 4. Ja, wenn man es sehen könnte.
At the center.
Okay, das geht mir auf den Sack. Ja, das ist mir auch klar. Doch erst. Jedoch erst, wenn die Uhrzeit im nächsten Termin. Ich verstehe solche Sachen nicht. Ehrlich. Das ist 12. die Scheiße nicht. Wir beginnen 7. Plus auf die 3. Bitte nacheinander. Jedoch erst, wenn die Uhrzeit am nächsten Termin im Haushaltsplan übereinstimmt. Zeremonie beginnt 7 Uhr. Dann 3.
It was a wedding.
Nee, macht kein Ding. Das war schon mal falsch.
I began to realize something. In the staircase room, noon was always relative to my position.
Ich bin aber zuerst. Nun bei meiner Position, also da muss das hier Mittag sein. Da muss das hier 3 sein. 1, 2, 3. Ah. Aber bin ich. Das heißt, hier ist Mittag. Da muss ich zu 11. Ah. Das ist Mittag. Nein. Ne? Wenn ich hier bin, ist auch so hier. Das ist 12. Das ist Mittag. Ah. Hä? Das sind 2 falsch. So kann es nicht offen bleiben. 7. Das ist Mittag. 3 ist es. Das ist Mittag, das ist dann 11. So. Bin ich blöd oder? Das muss ja Mittag sein. Oder ist es das Mittag? Auf mich zeigen. Eins, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nein, ist auch nicht. Alter, leck mich am Arsch. Das muss Mittag bei mir sein. Das müsste 8. Ich kapiere die Scheiße nicht. Wieso bei den 2 nicht? Ich bin da, da ist da. Warte mal. Das ist aber, wenn ich da muss. Wenn ich gerade stehst, wenn ich Kopf stehe, muss es. Warte nochmal. 7. Wenn ich. Das ist Mittag. 3 muss es sein. Nicht den Kopf. Da muss das 12 sein. Das ist dann 9. Dann ist das Mittag. 4. 4. Dann muss das 12 sein und dann brauche ich 8.
My head still spinning, I passed through the final door of the staircase
So
room
was
with the
gewesen.
realization
Boah,
that I
Alter.
followed the final steps of a dead man.
Ist schon ein bisschen kompliziert. Wenn man es nicht weiß. Schon ein bisschen Arsch.
I'd never been in love, yet seeing the
Oh.
drastic measures the sailor had resorted to, I felt his pain all too viscerally. The happiest day of his life became the day his true love rejected him. It must have broken him. The sailor's skeleton still clasped his wedding ring for Abigail. With some unease, I took the ring, promising the skeleton I'd return it to the woman who loved him.
Aber auch,
This must have been the skeleton of the sailor.
schon arm dran. So. Das hat man auch. Braut, 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 Braut.
I placed the ring on the dresser. There was just one item left.
Den Kuchen. Aber ich muss wissen, wie ich den. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was die mit den Pistolen machen wollen. Ja, muss hier drücken. Bibliothek, bla bla bla, zerschnitten, bla bla bla, Braten Soleil, bla bla. Ja. Jetzt, jetzt muss ich den Bohrer benutzen, wo ich einmal nicht benutzt habe.
Inspired by the pistol duel, a plan began to form in my head. With 2 wooden carvings on either side of the room, I could bore a rough hole in each of them. My, look at the carving. All wooden and carved and wooden. Yes, these certainly are some of the most carved pieces of wood I've ever had the privilege of seeing.
Ob man es nicht hört, wenn er rumbohrt.
When I was finished, they looked passably like bullet holes.
So, auf ein neues.
Good evening.
What?
Would you like...
What? Oh, boys?
Pulver.
Wanted
Kugeln.
Finally.
Und Schuss.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
Nej, ich schaffte bitte.
Fire! Well?
I've been hit. Me too.
Oh, neither of you missed? Well, sorry, boys, but I think that's a draw. What a terrible waste of everybody's time.
I may have forged some bullet holes, but when the shot ended up inside the duelist's chests, they didn't have much reason to go looking for them. I didn't have time. I didn't need to. That didn't. That didn't work. That wasn't going. I didn't need to do that again. I did.
Zange? Nein.
That didn't work. I couldn't.
So.
I didn't need to cut. I didn't need to cut that. I didn't think she'd be. What do you think of this magazine?
I don't see many fashion and beauty tips in it.
It's not really that kind of magazine.
Oh.
I didn't think. I thought I.
Göre? Nein.
I didn't. That wasn't going. I didn't think she'd be in. I did.
Das ist nicht das, das ist nicht das.
I didn't. That wasn't going. I didn't need to show him. I thought. What do you think of this brooch?
Oh my, Murphy, now that is a lovely sight. It would look even lovelier pinned to my dress.
Aha, Arschlecken.
I thought that wasn't.
Keine Ahnung. Ich bei denen überfragt.
Would you like a remake?
What a ball!
One at a time. I then drop the shot into each muzzle.
Ich wusste nicht mal, dass
Stealthily, I took the.
man das benutzen kann.
Finally, I patted the contents down with the ramrod. When the ramrod emerged, the magnet I'd attached brought the shot with it.
Ich wusste nicht, dass man das
With the
benutzen kann.
prestidigitation of a magician, I dropped it discreetly back into the shot tub. To anyone else, the pistols appeared to be properly loaded.
Remember, boys, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
Ja. Das ist eh schon.
Fire!
I'm not hit. Well, neither am I.
You both missed. Are you sure the pistol's fired?
Look, there's a bullet hole in the carving. And in the carving over there.
So what does that mean? Who lost?
Looks like you both did.
Then who's going to accompany Miss LaRue?
I think the lady's words were, if you miss, you're not the man for me.
But we both missed.
He's right. If you're both losers, I can't take either of you to the wedding. I'm not dating a man that can't shoot straight.
Tallulah, we can talk about this. Give us another chance.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Here, Murphy. You can have this. I won't be needing it anymore.
Ein Haddock. Allerheiligen 1890. Ja. So. Very strong. Sorry. Noch ein Magazin zeigen.
What do you think of this magazine?
I'll be on the front page of one of those someday. Just you watch.
So.
What do you think of this magazine?
Oh, Belmore Manor. Does it mention my garden?
Not so much. It mainly focuses on the murders.
Oh, well, that is disappointing.
Kurz eine Pause. Ich komme gleich wieder. Na. Schauen wir nach Gott. Und sperren. Die Boards gehen auch an den Sack. So. Das heißt, wir müssen jetzt
What do you think of this magazine?
It is the good book you should be reading, my child, not those ungodly stories.
Ja, was sagst du zu meinem Buch?
What do you think of this magazine?
The Battle of Bourbon Bay. What a glorious day that was.
Ja, das haben wir auch. Was zum Geier?
What do you think of this magazine?
A ghost story about this very house. How exciting.
I couldn't do that.
Ja. Wäre ein bisschen makaber. Okay, wow. Wo ist das Kind?
The trunk was empty. There was nothing behind the curtains.
Ja, das Kind hat sich verabschiedet. Musikzimmer. Ballsaal.
Now that I had an invitation, it was time to go see the waltz. The dancers were too far away to talk to. Good evening, Mrs.
Oh,
Ah.
are you still here?
Sie müssen dort jetzt verhindern.
You need to stop the wedding.
I shall do no such thing. The preparations have begun on the order of Mr. Rackham himself, and I shall see to it personally that his wishes are carried out.
But he wasn't the original groom. He's an imposter.
Another word like that, and I shall have you escorted out of the house.
Good luck trying. I seem to be rather supernaturally stuck here.
Mr. Rackham is a fine man. Motivated, determined, ambitious, rich, and roguishly delectable. Precisely the type of person a well-to-do debutante like Miss Belmore should be marrying.
Not if she doesn't love him.
Love is not important amongst families of blue blood. What matters is lineage, inheritance, and continuity. That last-minute change of heart she had last time was the best decision she ever made. She'll be far better off with Mr. Rackham than she would be with a sailor.
She sputtered the word with such disgust I half expected her to scrub herself clean afterwards.
I mean, really, what was he going to do for her? Fetch her a fish supper, clear the decks, and sing the sailor's hornpipe? Do you get a funny feeling when your wealth keeps on depleting? You should never marry sailors when your funds run low.
Okay. What war das?
There are some who think Rackham has duplicitous intentions.
The green-eyed monster. Mr. Rackham is exactly what is needed to get this household back on the straight and narrow.
What do you mean?
I don't like to speak ill of the dead.
Especially now that you're one of them?
Indeed. But I'm afraid that the Belmore brothers were becoming increasingly unusual before their disappearances. Their interests veered away from the economic and turned towards the esoteric. And now look where we are.
You think the Belmore brothers caused you all to be trapped in the house?
Perhaps not directly, but their decisions certainly led to it. To find out the Belmore brothers were inviting sinners into this house when I gave this household the best years of my life.
And the best years of your afterlife now.
I am a servant to serving, but even I have limits.
Fertig, Suche. Was will
When
da?
you talk about sinners in the house, do you mean the parlor witch?
Don't even mention her. Why the Belmores thought to bring her into this house is beyond me. Oh, thank goodness we have Father Foskett trapped with us to keep this house holy.
Where is the parlor witch?
Now don't go seeking her out. You'll only regret it. We barely ever see her, but she's up there in one of the locked rooms, tainting the entire household. I found some of her black candles one day, you know. Who knows what she did with them? Voodoo spells and magic rituals. I confiscated them and put them on top of the fuse box in the cellar. At least if there's a power surge, they can do some good for a change.
Hab sie gefunden.
I've heard Rackham deals in the occult as well.
What poppycock! Mr. Rackham is a good, honest, hard-working man. The cure for the ailments of this house. The witch is why we are cursed to remain here. And it is why a good, honest marriage between Mr. Rackham and Miss Belmore will finally allow us to move on. Just as I wish to do with this entire subject of conversation.
Reinlassen?
Please, could you let me in to see the waltz?
Certainly not.
You know, you're the second person tonight that won't let me in somewhere. I'm beginning to take this personally.
The guests at this wedding are titans of industry and jewels of the aristocracy. Industrialists from Chicago, magnates from Philadelphia, dukes from England. And you are?
A now unemployed auditor from Yonkers.
Precisely.
How long have you worked at Belmore Manor?
I've been here since the final finial finished off the cupola. Before even the Belmores themselves moved in, I was getting this house ready for them. It is a position I was bred for. I may not have blue blood, but I should think it's at least a shade of plum. I spent 17 years at some of the most prestigious all-girls schools, you see, followed by training in Blenheim Palace for 3 years, and subsequent coveted positions with some of the finest families in England.
Well, I'm glad you managed to escape all that and come here.
I can quote you Mrs. Beaton's book of household management in my sleep.
It was an interesting offer, but I couldn't think of any situation where I'd need that, short of terminal insomnia.
Das war früher so gewesen. Die Haushälterin oder die ausgeführt haben, wurden halt so in Mädchenschulen geschickt oder unterrichtet und dann halt darauf vorbereitet, so Häuser zu führen. So was gab's früher.
You must know Belmore Manor quite well.
Like the back of my hand. Built between 1885 and 1888 in a mixture of antebellum and Victorian styles, and designed by the Belmore brothers themselves. Until, of course, they disappeared after living here only a year.
Why did they decide to build it on Devil's Rock?
Well, the island is exceptionally well placed for trade between the United States, Europe, and the Caribbean. When the Belmore brothers were looking to relocate, it was Mr. Rackham who recommended Devil's Rock. It's just a pity about the name.
You speak very highly of Mr. Rackham.
The Belmore brothers may have had expertise in exploration, innovation, and public relations, but it was Mr. Rackham that pulled those 3 threads together into the beautiful business tapestry that benefits us all.
Hey Sinas, einen wunderschönen Abend wünsche ich dir. Der Schatz.
Do you know anything about the treasure of Belmore Manor?
The stuff of whimsy. The Belmore family had their capital invested in stocks and bonds, not hoarded in a heap like some fairy tale dragon. And don't think about snooping around the house looking for it. I shall have you removed from the premises. If anyone would know of a secret treasure hidden in this house, it would be me.
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
Goodbye. Stop right there, young man. Only guests with invitations are allowed to watch the waltz.
Nicht. Ja. This.
You know, it's funny, I completely forgot I had the invitation on me the whole time. It's these vest pockets. They're much bigger than they look. Seriously, you wouldn't believe the number of things I've been carrying around with me tonight.
You have an invitation?
It'd be rude not to show my face.
Are you absolutely sure about that? I'm sure our guests could survive without beholding the sight of your singular visage. You see, as the housekeeper, it is my job to ensure that only guests of the highest class are in attendance.
How kind of you to think so highly of me.
Look, just don't try burping the alphabet or announcing when you're going to the lavatory.
Bin ich durch? Danke. Auch ein Stück Kuchen.
Walking around the upstairs mezzanine, I found myself in a small balcony overlooking the dance floor, where a tabletop of placards had been set out. At the side, a board marked dance steps looked like it would hold the placards in a chosen order, directing the dance below. All I had to do was set it up,
Ich hab's nicht
then ring the bell.
Nicht gemerkt.
There wasn't much I could do with the tabletop except use it to...
Ich hab mir die Scheiße nicht gemerkt. So ein Scheiß.
Please keep clear of the dance floor.
I didn't need to involve myself in supernatural small talk. I had a love antidote to make.
Oh, kommst dann gut voran.
The dancers were too far away to talk to.
Please keep clear of the...
Ja, halt die Klappe.
The dancers were too far away to talk to. I didn't need to involve.
Ich habe beim ersten Mal nicht darauf geachtet, wie die ganzen Namen hießen. Boah, was ist denn jetzt Abfuck? Das ist jetzt ein Abfuck. Weil ich weiß, einmal nach hinten, einmal nach vorne.
They were too far away to talk. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work.
Nein. Ah, der gucken muss hier nach außen. Ah.
The dancers moved around the dance floor like clockwork soldiers, directed by the moves on the board. And with their movements, the cart holding the wedding cake could be pushed around too.
Wir müssen so. Oh. Das zuerst.
There was already a cart in that slot.
Und alles dadurch.
There was.
Boah, ne, vergiss es. Ich bin ehrlich. Hab keine Motivation dafür. Es ist spät abends. Keine Motivation. Ja, das habe ich auch gemerkt. JVB. Wieso sich stressen? Einfach Foto machen. Einfach ein Foto machen. Ich hätte bestimmt irgendwann selber das gefunden, aber... Ja, halt die Klappe. Es ist zu sehr Abend. Okay. Zu müde. Den Scheiß. Halt die Klappe. Juliette. Bien. Promenade. Box. Karussell. Juliette, Viet, Karussell. Juliette. Danke.
Heading down from the mezzanine, I saw what I was after. The cake cart had been pushed off the dance floor and into reach.
Wohin?
I couldn't cut a slice out of the wedding cake with my bare hands.
Geht schon.
While Mrs. Craddock rubbed her temples, I had a moment of opportunity. I knew I wasn't supposed to cut the cake if I wasn't the groom, but these were unusual circumstances.
Kuchen, raus mit uns.
Did you just touch the wedding cake?
Certainly not. I was just admiring it.
I should hope so. If I catch you with so much as a crumb on your fingers, you will be in serious trouble.
Ja, Arschlecken. Arschlecken. So. Rot. So.
I placed the wedding cake on the dresser. The 5 wedding items were ready. It was time to start up the phonograph.
So.
Abigail, if you can hear me, try to come back to your final happy moment. I began to feel a change in the room. The air not quite so still, the shadows not quite so dark, and the bride not quite so distant. I just hoped I'd made a wise decision.
You cannot be allowed to do this. I will stop you. At any cost, I will stop you. I'm free. You came back.
Please don't try to kill me a third time.
Don't worry, Murphy McAllen. I'm not here to do that.
I think I might have caused all of this, but I can explain everything.
I'm afraid to say I think you might be right, but at least there's a chance we can do something to fix it. If only... Oh no. He's coming.
Who's coming?
Rackham, you need to hide. If we're going to fix this, he can't know where you are. Quickly, out on the balcony.
Abigail, where is he?
Where is who?
Don't play dumb with me, little girl. I know about your little game on the riverboat. I know that you've brought that mortal into the house. Where is he?
You know, I haven't seen him.
I know you're lying to me, Abigail, but it makes no matter. There's nothing any mortal can do to stop my plans. The wedding will take place tonight, and this time, you're going to say I do.
I'll never marry you, Rackham.
I'm afraid you won't have a choice.
I've broken free of your spell before. I can do it again.
I'm not so sure that's true. The love spell will take hold again, and every minute you spend broken out of it drains you more and more from ever breaking out of it again. Soon the spell will take hold of you forever, and then you will marry me. The Belmore treasure will be mine.
No.
You had your chance, Abigail. You chose that nightmare, and after tonight, you'll never be able to leave it again.
What a creep.
Abigail, is it safe?
Of course not, but we don't have the luxury of waiting. Come with me, Murphy. I have a plan, and there are some things you really need to know.
Okay. Drei ist Rätsel. Spaghetti. Sind wir hier bei Detektiv, das Rätsel zu suchen?
The Grand Hall? Why are we back here?
I suppose you have some questions for me, Murphy McAllen?
Just a few. This trip to Devil's Rock isn't going anything like I planned. I found this magazine that tells the story of your wedding.
Reading about it is one thing. Living it is something else entirely.
So, Abigail, may I call you Abigail?
Warum? Ja, hab ich schon
Why did you try to kill me? Come to think of it, why did you try to kill me twice? Were you under Rackham's evil spell when you threw me from the balcony and dragged me into the spirit pool?
No, that was me. It took a lot of energy to escape the spell. Those were the only times I've ever managed to do it. But it needed to be done.
So you tried to kill me on purpose?
I wasn't trying to kill you, Murphy. When you came into the house, I knew what you were trying to do. Summoning the ghosts. And in doing that, you'd free Rackham. I was trying to stop you, to save everybody.
I was the threat?
And pulling you into the spirit pool? Once you'd done that damned foolish deed, I knew we needed you in the house to fix it. So I brought you here. I was never trying to kill you.
Oh, I see. I guess we had a slight misunderstanding. What were those faces I saw through the broken glass?
Those are the faces I've seen every minute of every hour of every day for the last 33 years. Those are his punishment. I don't know how he does it, but it's like he can control your dreams and your nightmares. He can manifest images in your mind that don't exist, no matter how much you want to stop them.
Nightmares? So he's the one that the locals have seen wandering the house.
He was the only one who could, but until now, he could never leave the house, only manifest projections of himself beyond the estate.
Like appearing to Dr. Moray as Aloha?
That's right. Rackham was never a Loa, but he knew Moray would fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. And now look what it's led to.
Man muss sagen, Sinas, das Spiel foolishmortals ist schon ein cooles Game. Rätsel, okay, ich habe jetzt in dem Stream viel Hilfe genommen, aber schon macht schon Bock das Game.
You're free now. You can stop Rackham.
No, Murphy, Rackham's magic is strong. You may have broken the spell for now, but what he said was true. I don't know how long I can hold out before the curse takes hold of me again, but it will happen. I can already hear them laughing.
Ist auch lustig, Sinas. Es gibt der Humor ist ein bisschen eigen, ein bisschen zynisch, makaber, so in die Richtung. Aber macht Spaß.
What are we going to do?
I have a plan, but I need you to carry it out for me. You need to finish what you started, Murphy. You need to find the treasure of Belmore Manor. Rackham's looking for it too. You'll need to get there first.
What's so important about the treasure?
What do you think the treasure is, Murphy?
$13 million? Unaccounted for and unclaimed?
No, Murphy. The treasure is much more insidious than that. $13 million is just what my brothers spent trying to contain it. Listen carefully. I need you to know something. Do you want to know what the treasure of Belmore Manor really is? My brothers meant the world to me, and I missed them dearly every time they sailed away into the Caribbean. On one fateful voyage, they'd anchored in a lagoon to replenish supplies. There was a man there, so thin and weak he looked like a skeleton. He beckoned them along the beach, led them into a cave, and showed them an unfathomable pile of gold, coins, goblets, jewelry, the riches of 1,000 looted ships, topped by a wooden coffin. That coffin held a treasure more valuable than the rest put together. The skeletal man saw a shell from the beach in the hand of my eldest brother, and offered to make a trade, for he knew that the item within the coffin could not be given away. It could only be bought, or traded, or inherited. The deal done, my brothers loaded up their ship and set sail for the nearest port. But when the dockhands opened the coffin, they fled and refused to return. Inside was a black stone that seemed to glow green from within. The locals knew a legend of a terrifying pirate captain who wielded such a black stone, able to make any who resisted his demands collapse dead before him. But that had been 2 centuries ago. Surely the pirate captain should have been long dead. My brothers put so much into researching the stone, scouring the Caribbean, conducting scientific experiments, meeting experts of the occult. And it all led to one terrible discovery. The coffin stone was a cursed artifact, able to destroy a person's spirit and steal the remaining years of their life for the stone's possessor. That pirate captain, who had ransacked ships by stealing the life of anyone who dared to oppose him, was now cursed to live out every year he stole, withering and weakening without dying. My brothers sealed the stone in a vault beneath Belmore Manor. 3 keys were required to open it. My brothers each took one, vowing never to allow the stone to work its evil power. But one person disagreed. He had seen the stone and knew what it could do. The ship's first officer, Rackham. And now, he'll stop at nothing to get it, murdering my brothers, enslaving me, and killing you.
This isn't quite the treasure I expected to find.
Murphy, the treasure isn't $13 million. All that money went into researching the stone and then sealing it away where no one would find it. This fireplace is the entrance to the vault where it's hidden. You see the keyholes concealed in the mantle? We'll need my brother's keys to open it.
And I guess finding the keys is where I come in?
Mal wieder. Wenn wir suchen, rätseln. Ah, und Sinas, ich habe ja die ganzen Sherlock Holmes Spiele gekauft. Auch die Point-and-Click. Das heißt, nächstes Jahr wird es ein bisschen Krimi-lastig. Und nach Sam & Max habe ich geholt. Dank Sapsi.
What if we just leave it sealed up? Hide the keys so Rackham can never find it?
He will find it. I don't know how long it will take, but eventually he'll find it. And I won't be able to resist the curse for that long. I need you to find those keys tonight, before the wedding.
How do I even start looking for your brothers?
You need to speak to Madame Planchette. She helped my brothers years ago, and now she might be able to help us too.
Who's Madame Planchette?
An old friend of the family my brothers brought to our house to help them. Some people call her the Parlor Witch.
Ah, jetzt auf einmal geht die Tür auf. Nein, jetzt Bergglas 2 kommt auch noch. Keine Angst.
What will Rackham do if he gets control of the coffin stone?
Rackham fears the judgment of death more than anything. The stone will allow him to return to flesh and blood and remain here in the mortal realm for as long as he keeps taking people's lives.
He'll keep murdering people?
Exactly. And it's easy to know his first targets. Once he has the stone, there's an entire household of lives right here, ready for him to steal, including yours and mine.
He can steal life from ghosts?
The explosion may have interrupted things, but the spirits here still hold the years of life they're owed. They may never be able to use them, but Rackham will.
This house really needs its wiring looked into.
Oh no.
What's wrong?
The spell. It's coming over me again. Listen, as much as it frightens me to say it, I think Rackham might be right. Everything I do is making it harder for me to resist the spell. I don't know if I'll be able to break out of it again. I need you to do this for me, Murphy.
I will, just tell me what to do.
Madame Planchette will be the first step of 3 journeys you'll need to undertake. 1 for each of my brothers, each finished only by reclaiming their key and placing it in this fireplace.
I won't stop until I've done it, Abigail. I will beat Rackham to the treasure.
For all our sakes, I hope you're right.
Und hab mir auch
I was on my own again.
Warum jetzt
situation I'd got myself into. The $13 million, the whole reason I traveled to the island and then quit my job was gone. I had every desire to wait until sunrise and get that taxi back off the island just like I'd planned. Free of magic, free of ghosts, and free of the very real possibility that I'd be joining them. But heck, plans change. And now there was someone I needed to see.
Warum jetzt Flucht? Das wird interessant.
May I help you?
Excuse my intrusion. Abigail Belmore told me to find you. She said you may be able to help me find her brothers.
Murphy McCallan, come in, come in. Sit yourself down and let me introduce myself. I am Madame Planchette, psychic medium, soothsayer of the supernatural, forecaster of fortunes. And you're the one who caused all these troubles. Am I right?
Things kinda got away from me.
And now, we need to get them under control. Now, how precisely can I help you?
Das, meine Leute, werden wir morgen machen. Denn es ist schon spät. Ich muss wieder früh aufstehen. Ich denke mal so um 19 Uhr werden wir das morgen beenden. Ich glaube, es wird nicht mehr lang dauern, das Game.